We'll call to order the City Council meeting for the City of Beaumont for October 4th. We're coming out of closed session. Mr. Pinckney, can you report on what happened in closed session, please?
Yes, on item number 1, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is at the north and south side of East 4th Street, east of Beaumont Avenue, Beaumont, California. The assessor parcel numbers are listed in the agenda, and the negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as potential seller and 5th Street Development LLC and Basseron LLC as potential buyer. Under negotiation price and terms of payment, there was no reportable action from the closed session. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, Western Riverside Council of Governments versus National Union Fire Insurance Association of Pittsburgh. And the case numbers listed in the agenda. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item number 3, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, D1, in the matter of the appeal of membership determination of James J. Gregg in City of Beaumont. The case number is listed in the agenda. There was no reportable action taken on that item. And item number 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case, and there was no reportable action taken in closed session on that item. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you. At this time, I'll call the regular session of the City Council meeting. Call this meeting to order at 6:18. And Ms. Wheelwright, are you online?
She's helping our call taker, so I'll take roll.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Finn,
Here via Zoom.
Councilmember Santos,
Here.
Councilmember Lara.
Here.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And do we have any adjustments to the agenda? Any adjustments?
No, sorry.
Okay. And we'll move on to announcements, recognitions, proclamations, and correspondence. Recognition of David Smith for 17 years of service with the city, and Carrie Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. Tonight we have David Smith standing beside me here. I wanted to share a little bit about him. Back in 2004, I had the privilege of recruiting Mr. Smith. He had to pass a written post-entry level dispatch exam and a rigorous oral panel, if you will. He tells me they were always very intimidating. He was put through a full police department background, same that's required of a police officer, and was successfully hired and joined the Beaumont Police Department January 28th of 2005. He went on to become a certified communications training officer. He trained several dispatchers over the years. For some reason, he really liked night shift, and he hid there for a very long time. In August of 21, he did transfer into the Property and Evidence Department to start a new point of his career and did some organization, and I know the department will deeply miss him. He will be awarded the 2022 Beaumont Police Department Civilian Employee of the Year Award, but he will have to do it via Zoom. David has decided that he likes the climate in Tacoma, Washington a little better than Southern California. He used to go up there and visit every year, and I knew one day he'd move. Well, that time has come. So he's leaving to go be with some family in a better climate. He will be joining the South Sound 911 team. They serve 19 law enforcement agencies and 19 fire agencies. I'm very excited, very proud of him, and I wanted to honor his 17 years of service with the city tonight. We have a plaque. I'd like- Come on up. Take some photo, we'll take a quick photo and we'll.
Okay.
That's okay? Anything you
Absolutely.
want to say, unless you want to say something? Just glad you showed up. Yeah, he says he likes the weather. His exit interview said he's leaving for the climate. He does have some family back there that's joining him tonight too. Yes, tell us how it is.
Okay, we will move on to public comment period. This is a public comment period for items not on the agenda. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. And Nicole, do we have any public comments tonight?
Yes, sir. I have two in the audience.
Okay.
First speaker is Mary Daniel.
Thank you. My name is Mary Daniel, and I know that you will soon be facing the decision on the Summit Station warehouse project.
Mrs. Daniel?
Yes.
I need to, if you're going to speak about the Summit Station warehouse,
Yes,
I am 500 feet from that property.
yes.
So I will need to recuse myself and step out.
Okay,
So I'll let you finish.
And
I
if
will
there-
finish.
If there are any other speakers on that project, maybe they could speak while while the mayor's out.
Did you reset her clock for her?
I paused it.
You're all right.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
The reason I'm here is I've reached out, I've spoken against this project, but I would like to counteract some of the slick spiel that is going out all over the social media by these developers. They never once mentioned the fact that all of the goodies that they are promising Beaumont will be at the expense of accepting the negative impacts of 2.8 million square feet of warehouse space in a neighborhood. However, no one says that this particular developer and their monstrous project must be approved. Certainly, many of your constituents don't think so, and no matter what grandiose promises are made. Now, what I would like you to do, and anyone else too, is to read the final EIR report, not the report itself. That's full of the usual negative impacts that can't be mitigated. Instead, I would like you to look at the letters in the back from your constituents, along with the canned comments from the developer. The developer is required to answer every letter, and the most common of these responses is, your comments will be taken into consideration by the decision makers. That's it. And that's exactly, though, what I want you to do as the decision makers. Read those heartfelt letters and take into consideration what your constituents are saying. They write about the reasons they moved to Beaumont in the first place, the peace, the small town feel, the natural beauty of those majestic mountains. Some go on to describe their health concerns along with the resulting traffic nightmares they would face if this project was allowed to infest their neighborhoods. Almost every letter writer tells explicitly, sometimes in capital letters, how they feel about having a huge warehouse right in their backyards. These are the people you should be listening to, the ones who elected you and depend on you to represent them and protect them against the greed of developers. Please take the time to read these letters and take into consideration exactly what they are saying. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other speakers on that list for Summit comments, Summit Station?
I believe the next speaker is not related to Summit Station.
Okay, then we can go ahead and bring the mayor back.
Next speaker is Lainey Swerdlow.
My name is Lanny Swerdlow, and I am running for election to the San Gorgonio Mental Healthcare District Board of Directors. I am the only person running for this position who is a registered nurse and has had actual hands-on experience working in both hospital and community health care positions. I retired 6 years ago, but came out of retirement in March 2021 to help with the COVID pandemic. Since then, I have worked providing vaccination, tests, and treatments to thousands of patients and continue to do so to this day. There are 85 healthcare districts in California. Their primary directive in most instances is to support and operate a community hospital such as San Gorgonio Memorial Hospital in Banning. The hospital has gotten through COVID pandemic, but will continue facing many challenges. With COVID funding coming to an end, the hospital will face new and continuing financial challenges that will need to be addressed. In addition to maintaining the operation and financial stability of our community hospital, the San Gorgonio Memorial Healthcare District, like the other 84 healthcare districts, are supposed to be grant-making organizations to support and implement a wide range of other community-based health programs and health wellness facilities. RNs are trained to take a holistic view of our patients. The San Gorgonio Memorial Healthcare Board has no nurses serving on it, and the community's health would be well served with an RN on the board. Nurses are the backbone of not just the hospital, but all of our community's healthcare services. An RN will provide that needed holistic view, and if elected, I will provide that viewpoint and do my best to see it's implemented. An example where I believe the San Gorgonio Memorial Healthcare District should be working is the development of community-based dental services. Many people cannot afford dental services, and hence their dental problems are not being treated. Imagine if you had a cavity, gum disease, or other dental problem, and it goes untreated. This is serious, as lack of dental care leads to increase in cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, diabetes, high-risk pregnancy, cancer, and obesity. How many people have wound up in our hospital with life-threatening health issues that could have been prevented if they had access to preventative dental care? It's a lot cheaper and more humane to prevent these problems from developing in a dentist's chair than you treat them years later in a hospital bed. The board should be working to secure state, federal, and private funding to provide needed dental services to those who cannot afford it or whose health care plans do not provide dental services. Our community needs an RN on the San Gorgonio Memorial Healthcare District Board. My name is Lanny Swerdlow, and I would be honored to have you vote to be that RN. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swerdlow. Do we have any other public comments from the audience here?
Ashley, do we have any callers on the line?
There are no callers on the line.
No other comments.
Okay. At this point, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. Do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
I'm checking the numbers.
1 through 14.
I have a public comment on number 11. Ashley, do we have any callers on the line for any items between 1 and 14?
We do not currently have anybody on the line.
Okay, and I would like to pull item number 11. And at this time, are there any other items council would like pulled?
Mayor, I need to let you know that as a member of the board of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club, if 12 and 13 are pulled, I will need to recuse myself.
Okay, so why don't we take a motion? Here, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 13. That was 12 and 14, right, that you want to pull? That
No,
you-
I don't want them pulled. I just.
That
Yeah.
you can't speak, that you need to recuse yourself, right?
If they're pulled.
Only if they're pulled.
Only
If they're pulled,
Oh,
she
okay,
will have to
okay,
step
good
out.
point. So I'll reframe my motion to move items 1 through 10 and items 12, 13, and 14 as a motion to approve on the consent calendar.
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. So at this point, let's move item 11 to after the public hearings. Before the action item. We have what, one public hearing, right? Oh, at the end of action items. We'll move item 11 to the end of the action items. And so we'll move on to item 15, public hearings. Tentative track map number 32850, modification to conditions. Conduct a public hearing in consideration of a request to amend the conditions of approval for tentative track map number 32850 that proposes to subdivide 9.32 acres into 95 single-family residential lots in the residential single-family zone on the west side of the Manzanita Road, Park Road, and south of Brownie Way. And I will open the, we'll get a staff report first. Do we have any public comments on this one? Number 15?
I don't believe I have any.
Okay, so we'll start,
For 15? I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we do.
okay, so let's start with the staff report. Ms. Taylor? Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Carol Kendrick, planning staff, presenting tentative tract map 32850 for a modification of the conditions of approval. Staff received this application on August 17th, 2022, and we did advertise this project in the Press Enterprise and notify property owners within a 300-foot radius of this public hearing. Only one comment was received today and was provided in the staff report. That comment letter expressed concerns regarding the life of the map, the will serve letter, and the two-story products. So I just want to provide you with just a brief history before getting into the applicant's request. Tentative tract map 32850 was originally approved by the City Council in July of 2005, which at that time it proposed 108 residential lots on 29.32 acres. The project was modified a few months later to reduce the number of lots to 103 due to an existing gas line and easement on the southern edge of the property. The project in its current form is proposing 95 single-family residential lots with a 3/4 of an acre lot for drainage and approximately a 1.5 acre park site. On April 17, 2007, the City Council did consider a request to modify a condition of approval, which was condition 5.13, to remove the single-story restriction on 45 of the lots, which was plotted in the staff report. It is also attached to your staff report tonight. The council approved the modification, but added a condition that required architectural plans returned to council for review and approval. As to the life of the map, it initially had a 2-year life and received 3 one-year extensions, which set the expiration date to July 2010. The map also received 7 years of automatic extensions under several California bills, and it extended the life to July 2017. A final map application was submitted to the city on April 17, 2017. However, the map had not been recorded due to outstanding items, including the failure to meet the existing conditions of approval. On November 17, 2020, the city and the applicant entered into a settlement agreement to allow an additional 60 days to record the map and allowed for 2 additional 60-day extensions that were granted. In February of this year, a second amendment to the settlement agreement was entered into and allows the applicant until March 12, 2003 to record the map. In order to advance the map towards recordation, the applicant is requesting modifications to conditions of approval number 3.7 to require park plans to be approved prior to the issuance of the first building permit instead of recordation of the final map. To delete the last sentence from condition 3.16 that reads the minimum usable pad shall be 90 feet. The deletion of item D from condition 4.1 that requires all building pads to have a minimum depth of 90 feet and a pad width of 70 feet exclusive of any slopes in excess of 2 feet of vertical height. And the applicant is also requesting that condition 5.13 be removed in its entirety, which is related to the 1-story restriction. Staff has modified the condition to include the language requiring city council approval for architecture. And a new condition was added to comply with the council direction from 2007. This item did go before the Planning Commission in September. The Planning Commission concurred with the applicant's request, except for on item 5.13, where they defer to the council because that was a specific condition that was added by the council at that time. As far as the CEQA analysis, the existing map had an initial study and a negative declaration that was prepared in 2004 and adopted by City Council in 2005. The proposed modifications will not impact the previous analysis, so at this time, staff would recommend that the City Council hold a public hearing and either approve the modifications to the tentative tract map, further modify the conditions, or deny the modifications to the conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And I didn't open the public hearing yet, correct?
You did not state a time,
Okay.
no.
So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 6:39. And we have some public comments.
Yes. I have one from the audience and then a written comment as well. We can start with the audience. Ms. Mary Daniel?
I'm Mary Daniel, and my family has lived on the adjacent property to the west of this proposed project since the 1950s. It's a family ranch, not vacant land like they say. And since we have our home there and our son lives there, it's important to us what's built next door. My primary concern is that this developer states that they will be able to construct these 95 houses in such a way that the roof lines will be barely visible from our property, even if they are 2-story. Seems like we've heard that before, and so it is my concern that developers will tell you anything, and then if no one was watching, will do whatever they want. As an adjoining property owner, I am certainly concerned that if all restraints are lifted, that they will just start constructing these houses with no concern for the view of the majestic San Jacinto Mountain behind them. As I indicated in my previous letter, the original intent was to ensure that that view was protected, thus the 1-story requirement. Upon a request from the developer, the City Council amended that condition in 2007, which gave permission for half the houses to be 2-story. The developers approved this and they would have been free to begin building at that time, but they didn't. And now here's the same developer wanting that 2007 amendment, which they accepted and approved, to be rescinded and no restrictions at all concerning the height of the houses. I can only wonder why. Personally, I feel that this developer has had ample opportunities to get these houses built, and in my opinion, there has been enough concessions given to them. I speak specifically about the seemingly endless extensions of that 2005 track map. Our view shed should be important to everyone who lives in the pass area, and as we are very well aware, once the buildings go up, it is too late to worry about the view that they just obliterated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Daniel. And you have a written comment as well.
Yes, sir. And I'll run the timer on this one because it's a little lengthy.
Okay.
Good evening to you all. I am responding to a notice that I received in the mail regarding tentative track map number 32850, the area which is located west of Manzanita Park Road and south of Brownie Way. I live on Brownie Way, and the thought of adding 95 homes to our area is unthinkable. It has been a nightmare at times trying to get out of our neighborhood just to go to the market. I have to plan my outings during the early mornings just to assure that I can get home before the evening commute, holiday traffic, etc. The thought of our first responders not being able to get to someone in an emergency is also unthinkable. One of the issues is the roads. They cannot handle the amount of traffic that floods into our area at any given moment. Signal light with no left-hand turn. An accident on the 60 reroutes traffic through Gilman Springs to the 79 North Beaumont Avenue into our area and vice versa. The train that broke down and overloaded all of the remaining roads, which traffic was aggravating. You ask yourself, what next? The primary concern here needs to be addressed in the infrastructure. It is obvious at this time our roads are not capable of handling the amount of traffic that comes through here on a daily basis. The safety of the people has to come first. Also, how are you going to meet the needs of additional homes with water when we are being asked to cut back on water? Talk about putting on water restrictors and penalties. It doesn't make sense to me. I was born and raised here. I lived in the area for 67 years this month. I love this area as well as the people and have been coming here for over the years and stay. I feel we need to take care of the important things first and move ahead. I think you know what they are. Let's take care of this beautiful place we live in. Sincerely, Guadalupe Mejia. And I'll check on the phone line. Ashley, do we have any callers on the phone for item 15?
No, there are no callers.
And Ms. Wheelwright, who was that comment from?
Guadalupe Mejia.
Okay. So there's no other comments at this time. I do have a couple sort of clarifying questions. What we are considering today is the items that the Planning Commission referred to us, or are we able to reconsider the entire project?
You can reconsider the entire project.
Okay, and does this project provide any contribution to the infrastructure on Manzanita Park Road? Because I do recognize that street is pretty dangerous for the community of Seneca Springs there.
They are conditioned to pay their fair share for the improvements.
And when we talk about fair share, usually that means there's other surrounding projects or properties that will have to pay their fair share as well. But at this point, Seneca Springs is built out. Are there other projects? So their fair share would be what's left, or a portion of what's, in other words, if their fair share doesn't complete the infrastructure that's necessary for that project, what happens at that point?
Well, then the city would have to decide if we're going to contribute and finish it out, or if we let it sit and wait until something comes along, if something annexes in adjacent around the area and would have to contribute.
Okay, and since the track map does not expire until next year, is there an action that we would take that could end this project? Or, I mean, it's still, the Planning Commission approved everything but these two issues, right?
Let me help clarify. So the only item that's before you this evening is what's described in item 15 on the agenda, which is to have a public hearing and consider a request to amend the conditions of approval for the tentative tract map. They have until next year, 2023, to finalize the application for the final map.
Okay.
So the only item that's before you this evening, and if, we need to stick with the item that's described
Well,
in
and
the
that's what I
agenda,
wanted to
and
be
that's
clear on.
whether, and it went to the planning commission, they've made their recommendations to you, and so it's really whether the council, in its discretion, wants to modify the conditions of approval or not, as recommended by the planning commission or not.
And that is basically the pieces of the amendment from '07, correct?
Yeah, those items, the specific ones are redlined in the staff report.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that not only council, but the public knows what we can and cannot do tonight. Is there anything additional I need to know?
I think that describes it. If you were going to go beyond what's described in the agenda, it wouldn't be compliant with the Brown Act. So we have to stick
Okay.
with the items described in the agenda that you're going to take action on tonight pursuant to the public hearing. It also wouldn't be fair to the developer who may have wanted to be, I don't know if the developer is here, but others may have wanted to weigh in if they knew that we were going to go beyond just a request to modify the conditions of approval.
And again, it's just, I want the information out there so everyone understands what we can and cannot do tonight.
And environmental review has already been completed on this project, so we can't go back and reopen that at this
Okay.
point.
And I'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 6:47.
I do have a new caller on the phone.
Oh, we do, okay. Well, let last one squeeze in.
Ashley, can you go ahead and transfer in? Caller, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, this is Ron Royce. Can you hear me? I'm calling about this property. I know that they made a ruling in the planning commission, and I do think it's a general principle when projects are on the books for an extended period of time, let's say 5 years, there should be sort of a threshold reexamination that it's no longer relevant.
Is that your complete comment?
Okay, so if you can't hear me, let me know. But
No,
anyways,
we can hear you fine.
okay, so then just tell me when to stop. The other thing is that you should start looking at minimum conditions for tracks in terms of the side yards. I think for the quality of the values of the properties, which would transfer into property tax revenues. Maybe minimum is 10-foot side yards and minimum of 7,500 square foot lots. But I am concerned a lot of these projects are really old. The city has changed dramatically, and just instinctively, I think you would say, well, we need to look at the overall changes in the community and see if these projects conditions are still valid. So, and in summary, 7,500 square foot minimum lot sizes, 10-foot setbacks on either side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I'll go ahead and close the public comment at 6:50, the public hearing at 6:50. And we'll open up to council discussion. Mr. Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify, the conditions of approval, even beyond the ones that are in red, are open because they're asking for a review on this, correct? Okay. So I too have concerns in regards to the age of this tract or the subdivision, a tentative tract map. What I would like to know is if we can add maybe under 1.4 that council will not consider any further or additional extensions at this time. At least these are just my thoughts or ideas. Because the concern that I have is The age of the track, we've got, there's now tribal monitoring that won't be done on this track when they start to grade because of the age. There are water quality items that won't be picked up because of the age of the track that, so there are concerns with, at least I have concerns with the age. The other comment, do we know, this has a grading plan, has it been approved or is it just under review?
I'll defer to Public Works.
Yeah, it was recently approved. No permit has obviously been issued, but it was approved, I don't have a date, a year or so ago.
Okay, so what I would like to, but I don't know if I can enter this into the record, but I don't want any grading permit issued without a current or valid will serve letter from the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District due to the drought requirements. I think they have a policies 2015-04, I think, I believe, but, and I don't know if they're issuing any new will serve letters. So if the will serve letter on this development hasn't been maintained, it's my understanding that they'll have to wait until, unless you have a response.
I don't on the will serve. It may be best served for the applicant if they're present to answer that.
Sure.
We do have a current will serve
E-
letter.
Excuse me, can you come to, so we can get,
Absolutely.
so we can all hear you? Thank you. And if you don't mind, tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Sharnae Gardner, and I'm here representing the owner, Hamid Rocknian, and we also have our engineers here as well. So to answer the question about the will serve letter, we do have a new will serve letter that was issued recently in June, and it was actually taken into consideration about the drought issue prior to them actually issuing the letter, but it was approved in June.
June, okay.
Yeah.
Great. I just want to make sure that we get copies of that when, prior to issuance of any permit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then one of the items that they're talking about is the item, condition 3.7. On that, I understand that the concern and would support that. On the condition, though, that we also require that the park plans and the architecturals be processed concurrently. Sometimes what happens is that they'll process the architecturals, they'll forget the park plan, they'll get the architecturals approved, and then they'll put pressure on us to issue the architecturals without the park being approved. So I just want to make sure that those two track concurrently.
Would you like the park plan to come back to council at the same time that the plotting comes back? Because that is a condition. We can
Sure.
add the park plan in with that if you'd like.
That'd be great. That way we know that it's moving forward and that it'll be ready when the architecturals and they start developing. Mayor, if I start taking too much time, let me know. You bring out the shot clock if you need
You're
to.
good.
All right. Also, on item 3.13, there's a note regarding block wall requirements. Maybe would just also like to see a note that includes vinyl fencing on all fences that separate lots and with vinyl gates.
Which item was that?
Item 3.13. If there's just a note in regards to block walls.
So
It's
are you-
also referenced again later in another condition as well.
So are you wanting anything that's not blocked to be vinyl so we avoid wood fencing?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
See, I knew you could fix it for me. Item 3.17. This is on, and I think the mayor kind of touched on this. This is Manzanita Park Road. It says Manzanita Park Road should be developed to a divided collector status as specified in the general plan circulation element. Does that mean that the developer who purchases this tract is going to be developing Manzanita from the point that it, picking up from where the existing track is? It's just that condition is not very clear.
Yeah, they will be improving Manzanita to its ultimate width along the frontage of their project along Manzanita.
So it'll be continuous of that double with the island in the center, just like it is on the other track, correct?
Right, they will do the remaining half. It's existing across the street, so they will do the remaining portion.
Okay. Okay.
Nicole, is that mic live? Or can,
This
the
one?
one right here in the middle?
No, sir.
Oh, it's not? I mean, does it work?
Yes.
We had to have Mr. Hart sit up here so
Oh,
he
okay.
doesn't have to
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
coming up.
Jeff, you want to
Oh, good idea, Mayor.
I'm sure you're gonna have more questions. Okay,
In regards to, I think it's item 4.1D, I have some concerns with eliminating that condition, having the death of a pad. The reason that I have concerns is that, we've walked a lot of neighborhoods recently, and in some of the areas where you have the topography that, we've got hilly topography, you'll see some homes, and I've seen in other jurisdictions as well, where you have maybe a 10-foot backyard and then a 20-foot high slope, and so they have no backyard. And I think that that's what this is trying to accommodate here. I don't know if there's another way to word the condition where we can at least ensure that there's maybe a 30-foot deep backyard. It's just a thought or an idea I'd like to throw out there, rather than eliminating that condition altogether. Or maybe you have something that has a 90-foot pad, or a 30-foot backyard, the width of the lot, 70-foot wide, or whichever is less than or smaller. But you kind of understand what I'm after? So on 5.9, we don't need to modify the date, because it says we'll come back to the council in 2007? Or is that just saying that it does have to come back to council as a minor plot plan? Or did I read that wrong?
So we were just clarifying the date that the council made that direction to the applicant.
Okay, it has nothing to do with the minor plot plan, then we'll come back then, right?
No.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Let's see. So on 5.13, where it talks about already, no, it's my understanding that they want to eliminate that condition altogether without having any restrictions to 2 stories, or, is that correct?
That is
Right.
correct.
Okay. I'm not in favor of that. I saw the planning commission meeting, and I know the engineer did indicate that the way that the topography currently exists, that, and I drove by there, and so Manzanita is the high point, and it does drop off like the adjacent tract does. And I saw where the adjacent tract has some 2 stories. They are further west, and it looks like you can see over the rooftops. I don't know if Ms. Daniels can, if those are impacting her view shed? No? No, okay. So, rather than eliminate that condition, I would like to leave it as is with an additional comment in regards to the way that the project may be graded or the way that it's currently approved. If you have pads that are, say, and I don't know what number would be a good number, but say 14 foot below the crown of Manzanita, in other words, the pad would be lower, 14 foot below Manzanita. Follow me? That you could have 2 stories on pads that are 14 foot or more below the crown of Manzanita. I would say up to, but not exceeding the number 45, because you also have to have a mix of units in there. You don't want to, 50 or 40 2-story houses all in one section, right? So I don't know if when you move the 2 stories further back or further west in the development, that you would limit the number of 2 stories you could have, but I would say I'm okay with up to 45. And I would also add, maybe in the building and safety section, that the height of a 2-story cannot exceed 23 foot. I believe that was a maximum that was identified in the planning commission. Is that, are we good, or?
Yeah.
Is there a question from the developer, or?
We would like to have the opportunity to speak. We haven't had that opportunity yet.
Yes, after council gives their input, I would like to bring you up and ask you a couple questions myself. So we'll let you provide input then, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The last comment I would make is that one of the concerns that I've had as you walk some of these tract developments is you've got narrow roads, which I know that we can't fix, and I'll go back to my soapbox in regards to design, tract design elements. I'd like to get those moving forward when we can. And so, but what happens is the driveways are also very shallow, and as you walk these neighborhoods, you've got lines and rows of cars on both sides of the street with nowhere else for anybody to park. So I just want to make sure that the depth of the driveways are such that they don't impact the pathway on the sidewalk. So they're deep enough to hold SUVs or enough vehicles, or obviously the two vehicles, without impeding traffic on the sidewalks. And I think those are the only comments I have, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Lara. I'm sorry, that was Mr. Lara.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez. Knock it off.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's the thing on the chin, I just get it fixed up.
So thank you for that. Mr. Lara really covered quite a bit of my concerns. One of my main concern was the height, and thank you for addressing that. And Ms. Daniel made that point as well. So I think that your suggestions are what we're looking for on that. So I do agree with the height consideration. I did also want the park plan to come in as well, so thank you for that. So I agree with that. Question on the fair share. So, I mean, this is a 32-some-year-old project. So when fair shares and stuff were calculated, they were done at that point, correct? So as we start looking at current ways things are now, that obviously changed a bit. Is there any way to go back and reevaluate that, or is that would only depend on whether the project had to start over again, or whether?
The applicant did provide a letter from a traffic engineer recently to determine what their fair share would be. So they have analyzed that in the last few years.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Santos, do you have anything before I bring the developer up?
Yeah, I mean, quickly, it's actually Mr. Lara covered a lot on this. I'm more on the, Miss Daniel really looking on the rooftop. Say good morning or good evening in there. So, and I think I know it will be on the architect thing on what kind of roof will be installed in there, and what will be the architectural design that you will be putting on this project. And I think that will complement the whole project on that. If you will give us some elevations or concept on that kind of design. That's all I have in there. I mean, because I know you will cover most of what Mr. Lara really, concerned about the parking and wideness and everything of the streets. And I know most of the developers really consider that to attract more residents on a nice community like this. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Finn, I heard you barking in the background. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, I unmuted myself, but perfect timing. Appreciate the opportunity. I do have a question in reference to the 90 feet with the pad depth. Is that reference to the back of the foundation pad itself, or is that the setback from the street to the front of the foundation? My concern is that we don't have, I don't want to see homes, as Mr. Lara had brought up, about being too close to the street, not enough length of a driveway, and so forth. And so I wanted to get a clarification of where that 90-foot measurement starts and stops.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, that was my only question.
Okay. So let me ask one more question before I ask some questions of the developer, and that is, if the planning commission had not recommended or referred these items to us, this could have been approved by the planning commission with council not having an opportunity to weigh in, would still have come to us, correct?
The tentative maps or any modifications to them are acted on by the city council, so the planning commission is just an advisory body.
Okay, great, thank you. The reason I bring that up is because it's not often that we have an opportunity to go back and fix things that may have created issues for us in other areas, as Mr. Lara was pointing out. So I would like to bring up the representative for the developer, and I apologize, I forgot your name already.
My name is Sharnae Gardner.
Okay, so Sharnae, I'd like you to have the opportunity to address the comments that you've heard up here. But the first question I have for you is why are you requesting these changes in condition? So if you could address the one or two that we are
Absolutely.
originally considering.
The condition 3.7, the first one that we requested to be modified was for the park plan to be, the plans to be required prior to the first building permit as opposed to the map being recorded, because the time frame for which the map is being recorded is was delayed so long, and the intent was to have the new builder, whoever purchased the property, do the park plans, not the developer. So we are close to having our map approved to record, and we have a conceptual park plan, but we do not have working drawings. And those working drawings usually fall to the actual builder to do that. So that is why we are asking for that specific condition to be modified. 3.16, this is for the necessity of the 70-foot wide by 90-foot flat building pad, exclusive of slopes. This condition creates such a hardship on the builder as well as the developer because of the site geography. It would require us to add 47, we did a study on this, it would require us to add 47 additional retaining walls on the site to accommodate that condition. That kind of throws the whole deal out the window for a builder, because if you talk about adding 47 retaining walls, the depth or the width, it adds close to $1 million for the builder to actually come in and do that on top of the retaining walls that are already there and the perimeter walls. So this is a hardship to provide. Not only that, but I'm going to also talk about the site was re-engineered. Initially, the original plan was to bring in 250,000 cubic yards of dirt. That actually elevated the pads, which created more of an issue for Mrs. Daniels with the height of the pad. And in 2015, we actually had the site reevaluated, re-engineered, so that the site balances now. So now the site is actually lower, in some cases 5 feet to 7.5 feet on most of the pads. So it's a better design. It provides for a better line of sight for the surrounding neighborhood, because we do want to be a good neighbor. And we have taken into consideration Mrs. Daniels' concerns with the elevations of the homes. Now, these pads that have been lowered, if you put a retaining, not a retaining wall, but a block wall, a 6-foot block wall, and you've already lowered the pad so that you're about 12 feet below the top of the wall, you know, your single story is only going to pop up maybe 10 feet. If you add a 2-story home, now you're looking at probably the height of a standard single-story home. So we want to, you know, we want you to understand why we are asking for this, and know that it's out of necessity. It's not just a desire, but it's a true necessity in order for this tract to become buildable, for a builder to come in and build that. So all of the home sites still meet the 7,200 square feet, but they also have some slopes on them. And when you have some downslopes, you have retaining walls. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention here, so if you have a downslope retaining wall, you're reducing your buildable pad width, right? So a single-story footprint is much, much larger than a two-story. So the two-story actually fits better on several home sites, not all of them, but several, especially where you have a 6-foot retaining wall along one side. So the current condition that we're faced with specifically identified certain lots would have single stories, certain lots would have two stories. And that's the issue that we have with the specific plotting. Some of those home sites need to have two stories in order to fit. And we recently had a developer under agreement with us to purchase these home sites. And they did a preliminary plotting, which we shared with planning before we got here to City Council a couple months ago. And all of their homes would actually fit and meet minimum setback requirements.
Okay, anything else that you want to address as far as Mr.
Yes,
Lara and Mr. Martinez's comments?
Condition 5.13, that was relative to the plotting, so that's really kind of part of it. I did want to mention that in working with the planning department, Carol Kendrick and Christina have been very helpful in getting us to this point. And they suggested certain language that has been added to condition 5.9, which brings the plotting and the architecture back to City Council for review, but they've added the language that it must be publicly noticed so that our neighbors has the ability to come to City Council and express their concerns if they have any over architecture and the plotting of the homes. That is the best of both worlds that we could give our neighbors out there, is to give them that opportunity to come speak before you and, let you hear what their concerns are. So that would be defaulted to the builder purchasing the property to come in with a plot plan, and everybody has a chance to look at that. Let me see, was there anything else that I didn't address?
Well, let me do this. Let me ask council if they have any questions for you at this point. Mr. Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. So if by removing 5.13, which eliminates any verbiage on two stories, how many two stories do you anticipate, or have you currently have plotted now?
I don't have that mix handy, but I really don't have an answer for you on that. I have to go back and look at that. The plotting that we had came from another developer who is no longer under agreement. So that mix could be something that is dictated by City Council and planning.
Yeah, and I'd rather not refer to that since it's not one that's been through an official planning review. It was more for just internal digestion and looking at.
Well, because the concern that I have is if we eliminate this, they go from 45 two stories to 95 two stories. And then we're kind of stuck with two stories, right? The other concern that I have is that you are talking about plotting of single stories that won't fit on some of the lots, which tells me that they're going to be, you're talking 7,200 square foot lots, but that's not going to be a usable space, which gives me the concern. Again, I go back to the 90-foot flat pad. Because it just sounds like we're going to start scrunching homes into small pads, which is why you need the additional two stories so that they can fit the footprint of these smaller pads. And I'm just not comfortable with that.
There are only a couple areas that we are asking for that. That's one of the reasons why we're here, is because that specific plotting that said you have to have a two-story on this lot doesn't work because there's a retaining wall along that side. So.
Right. But you're also asking for us to remove the limit of maximum number of two stories you could build, which concerns me.
Yes, that would be desirable. At the very minimum, we would ask that, you don't require specific lots to be two stories versus single story.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And at the beginning of your statement, you mentioned that one of the issues that you have that's bringing you here at this point is the delay of the map process. Who was responsible for the delay of the map?
Well, there's been several reasons why the map has been delayed over the past several years, and I would hesitate to go through all of those issues, but I'm sure that part of that was marketing, finding a builder that would build with these conditions, not being able to meet their pro forma with the number of single stories versus 2 stories, and the number of retaining walls that it would require.
Okay.
So part of that is all part of that design.
Okay. You good? Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any further discussion? Mr. Lara?
Yeah, just one last comment. You know, I know that we would be bringing the architectural back to council. I would also like to add that if there's, once the grading is approved, if there's any modification to that grading grading plan also come back to council. Reason being is we've got a warehouse that's being built that had a huge modification. So that would be something I would like added. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes. David, I'm so sorry.
I don't believe I've gotten my question answered, so I'm still confused in terms of the 90 feet. Is that the back of the pad?
Oh, can you answer that question?
I guess you want me to, so the condition reads, and I just had it in front of me, it's 90 foot, effectively it's a usable pad, so it's areas that are less with a 2-foot differential. So if you had a 2-to-1 slope, perhaps a few feet that could be used, but it's essentially, that is the usable pad. 90 feet long, 70 feet wide, areas which either are sloped beyond 2 feet, beyond that in height, would not contribute to that measurement.
So the pad is in reference to the size of the lot, not in reference to the footprint of the foundation, correct?
No, it's not at all the foundation. It's the size of the pad within the lot. So the lot is obviously the property, but the lot would include all slopes, and the usable pad area would not.
So if a slope, at the point where the slope begins, that is the edge of the pad?
Yeah, and the way the condition is written is that it's up to 2 feet. So you could encompass some of that slope area, but only up to 2 feet in height towards your usable pad requirement.
Okay, all right, that helps. Thank you very much. I didn't have anything else. No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lara, did you want to make a motion for direction?
Excuse me, could we ask that you consider our engineer to speak to a certain item?
I will give him 3 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Dan Haskins.
Okay.
LEC.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Dan Haskins. I'm Principal with Land Engineering Consultants. I represent the applicant. So do I really am limited to 3 minutes?
Yes.
Not by the law. I should have more time, but I'll just state that fact. But I don't want to waste my 3 minutes.
Sir, we'll start your 3 minutes over, but let me get some clarification from our legal. Okay.
Sure.
Do I even need to let Mr. Haskins speak at this point?
It's, the 3 minutes is really public comment. He's with the developer. He's
Okay.
representing the developer, so you should let him make the points that he wants to make.
Okay.
Give him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
Fair
give you a reasonable
process.
amount of time.
It's very customary. I do this for a living.
Understood.
Thank you.
I don't do this for a living.
Okay. Some of the concerns, and I think I want to clarify some of the items that have been spoken about tonight. I really appreciate Mike. We've worked with him at the county and now he's at the city. But I want to clarify some of the concerns and give a little history with the project. The project was originally designed in '05 by another engineer. It was not possible to be built. There was 10.5 feet of dirt that had to be brought in over 30 acres. The dirt wasn't available. In 2014, that same engineer worked through another design and was ready for approval with the city. Plans were never signed. We came in and were hired in 15 by the applicant landowner, who's not the merchant builder. He's just the developer of the land. That needs to be clear. We were to balance the project earthwork-wise, which lowered the entire subdivision. The challenge of this property, if you understand engineering, and I know Mr. Lara does, Manzanita Park is at the crest, at the high point of the project, and the property falls 70 feet to the west elevation. The city has strict codes with entrance roads and maximum grades, so when you come off of Manzanita, you have to roll it in, which kicks everything up in the air. The result is the first parallel road to Manzanita, just west and parallel to Manzanita, can only get down into the tract so far. We were able to accomplish 12 foot below, those pads are 12 feet below the crown of Manzanita. And the reason I was concerned with the comment of 14 feet is that it just blows it out of the water. We are 12 feet below to the pads, and there's a 6-foot screen wall along Manzanita. So 18 feet of a home will be completely hidden from Manzanita. And I think it's important to note that when we're talking about restrictions of 2 stories versus single stories. So that was an important point. And we've spoken with Ms. Daniel. Her concern is noted, and we want to be a good neighbor. For the westerly line adjacent to her tract, the pads lie between 8 feet and 28 feet below her property line. That's a significant change in the final design. That's almost unheard of. We never really fooled with that design from the Thatcher engineering change back in 15. So that did accomplish the lowering of that line and the concern. I noticed that back in the 07 council decision that all of the homes along the west line were to be single-story homes, which if it's a single-story home, it's down in a hole. You'll never see the roof on over half of those lots. Plus, with the pads being below the property line, then you add the 6 feet for the screen wall. Now we're talking 14 feet to 34 feet that cannot be seen from the Daniel property on a level plane. But the concern was that we wanted to make sure that the Daniels' concerns were taken seriously, and so we proposed that the architectural and the plotting be brought back to a council hearing. Normally, the city of Beaumont is just a staff approval at that level, which is untypical. In Yucaipa, Redlands, other adjacent cities we work at, those are public hearings that have to approve architectures in the mix and the plot. So we'd offered that, and I think we've got that in the conditions of approval because we want to be fair to the Daniels. And because our developer is not the merchant builder, we really, having this restriction put on the land before the merchant builder actually brings forth his project to a public hearing, we were requesting that 5.13 be removed and that public hearing action that would be brought by a merchant builder would make the final decision and allow the Daniels and any other adjacent owners to come and voice their concerns on the actual product that's going to be proposed. We don't have a product that's going to be proposed today. Again, they're just the land developer. So we would like that 5.13 removed for that reason, but in turn, make sure that the public hearing and the Daniels and the other property owners' voices are concerned so that they can review the real product that comes before them at that time. The other thing, in our redesign of this subdivision, we don't need to go back to too much history, but LEC, my company, redesigned it and had all the plans signed in 2017. The project was approved, all the improvement plans. The merchant builders, he had several. The land of my client had several of them tied up, and based on the retaining walls and some of the functions of the subdivision, they passed. The market, the recent one we had, Richmond American Homes, which was just a couple months ago, that have passed now due to the interest rates and marketing, is the one that came up with the good plotting. And they were satisfied with their plotting. They had single stories and 2 stories, and they appeared to work well. They did not need that 70-foot and 90-foot restriction other than on about 4 or 5 lots at the southwest corner due to that short depth and the requirement for retaining walls, due to that steep depth below Mary Daniels' property. So that was an isolated area that was really problematic. The other concern is that having so many restrictions placed on this subdivision when the adjacent owners were afforded 65-foot wide lots without the pad width and depth restrictions historically. Seneca Springs, the ones to the north, nobody had that restriction. So I wasn't here in '05. I don't know how it got imposed, but the single-family residential zone in the entire city allows homes to be built up to 35 feet, whether they're single or two-story homes. That's our code. And so I think we want to be amenable and flexible, but the conditions need to be carefully written so they don't restrict the merchant or the land developer from selling the property. Too many restrictions are what's imposing all these developer merchant builders to leave. We have to make it somewhat flexible for them to acquire the land to build the homes which are much needed in the state. And so it's a fine line I know that we're here tonight to ask you to draw a line to, but there are critical reasons why we need flexibility in those conditions. And so we would just hope that the council would recognize the code, that the resolutions that they've passed, that all the city property owners and developers have to abide by. And so we want to make sure that our developer is fairly treated, and I don't think he's been unfairly treated, but we don't need further restriction to impose plans that are signed and approved now. If we get this if we don't get the 90-foot restriction and the 70-foot restriction lifted, we'll likely have to change the plans. It could destroy this whole project by having that restriction. So it's just going to increase the cost of retaining walls, which at this point would be needless, we believe, anyway. So we need your help. Obviously, we're here to ask your help, and we appreciate your comments and just need some flexibility. And then I'm here to answer any further questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I do have a lot of the concerns that Mr. Lara brought up, I think are valid concerns. As he said, as you walk the areas of our city, there are a lot of developments that were not developed in my opinion, a responsible way. And that's why Mr. Lara is constantly calling for more design standards. We do not have any design standards with any of this in place. Yet the gentleman was speaking to, according to our code. Can you address that?
Right. Mr. Haskins is correct that we do have minimum site development standards, so lot width, lot depth, overall lot size, and maximum height. So single-family residential is 2-story or 35-foot maximum per code. And same with the lot widths and depths, and I think we've checked the map, and they're all meeting the minimums that the code calls for. But other than that, there's no real design standards that would govern how the houses are laid out or how they look or anything like that.
Or how much distance is between them across the street? I mean, that's one of the big things we see. Some of the older developments around here are just very unsafe because both sides of the street for the entire length are parked cars, and 2 cars cannot make it down.
Yeah, that's all just based on our standard street type and what that width is, curb to curb, and then beyond that. So everything we look at in the track map, both through planning and public works, is governed by what's established currently in either the municipal code or the general plan.
Okay. Mr. Lara.
In regards to the original conditions of approval, were they accepted by the original developer?
Correct. Actually, the applicant is the original developer.
So the applicant accepted the conditions of approval as they were originally written,
Correct.
regardless of any other design criteria, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's always something that I look at as well, is developer who accepts the conditions of approval as they're originally written and then comes back to modify them because after the fact, which makes it difficult for us as well to address. And I'm not anti-development by any stretch, but I do want to make sure that, because if I understand correctly, you're not going to develop anything, you're just developing a track map to sell. Okay. And then that's what we'll be stuck with while we're here. So, and stuck is a bad word, I apologize. So that's why I raised the concerns. We don't know how many two-stories there would be. I would be willing to modify, but I was looking at rough numbers, so the 14-foot was my mistake. So it pads 12 foot below the crown. I think I would be comfortable with 2 stories on there when you look at the block wall as well. I am concerned about the usable, what I'll call usable pad. So I don't think I'd be willing to get rid of that condition. That's just me. But I think 12 foot with a 6 foot block wall, I think would still maintain the view shed. I wouldn't be comfortable removing the maximum number, but what I would be comfortable with is saying up to 45 2 stories because of the mix, just to make sure we have a good mix as well. I am happy that they're going to bring this back, and council would have say on that mix and what they look like. And those are my comments, Mayor.
So let's see if we can get this into some type of action. 5.13, you're saying a minimum of 45? Is that what you're saying?
A maximum of 40, up to 45?
Up to 45 shall be limited to single-story residences.
No, shall be limited to 2-story residencies. So in other words, you'd have a maximum of 45.
Okay.
But you may have less because of the plotting and the number of pads that can accept a 2-story. Does that make sense? Is that, you can probably figure out a better way to word that.
Well, and I think the condition as it's redlined, states a minimum of 50 residents within the subdivision shall be limited to single stories, so then that does give them the 45, the ability to have.
Right, but what I'm after is if you don't have enough lots that meet the criteria that we're setting, then it may be 32 stories. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So I don't want to.
We can change the wording, and instead of focusing on the minimum number of single-story, just establish the maximum
Number
amount
of
of
2 stories,
two-story.
right.
And let it fall as it may.
That makes sense? Okay.
And then the other item,
The other item I think
the
is.
9070?
3-16 or 3.16, which is the minimum lot size shall be 7,200 square feet. The minimum usable pad depth shall be 90 feet.
The red line is to drop the minimum usable depth shall be 90 feet,
That's what they
correct?
want to drop, right. I would like to set up at least a minimum rear yard depth. So in other words, if all the pads can be 90, but when you plot the house, you still end up with maybe like a 30-foot rear yard that's usable, that's as wide as the lot. Because right now, what it's saying, when you look at, I think it's 3.16.
Yes, but if you had a 30-foot minimum back, wouldn't that impose upon your concerns about the short driveways in the front?
Well, that would be, again, they'd go back to the plotting of the house. They'd have to move the house back, and then they may have to put a retaining wall in that expands that rear yard. That makes. Yeah, as you shift back, that kicks the usable portion of the rear yard back. Or you can just leave it as is and just leave the 90-foot pad, which would be with D, just leave D alone.
So I have a question for you, Christina. We're not going to give you direction tonight that we can make a motion on, or we're going to give you direction and then you're going to bring back something for us to review?
So that would be up to council's discretion. We can modify the conditions as you guys give us direction here, and you can essentially approve those. Or if you give us direction and you want us to bring back a clean version, so to speak, with the changes or modifications incorporated, we can do that as well. It's council's call.
Yeah, as I've said in the past, I'm not always comfortable approving something that I don't know what the final is going to be.
Understood.
So do you have enough direction from?
I
With
do have a
the,
question.
with the exception of this one you guys were just talking on D, I've heard a few things, but I think we probably need a little more clarity on, are we leaving the condition of minimum depth 90 foot and 70 foot with the slope in there?
Mr.
That
Martinez,
comment.
you had a,
No, I was going to ask on the 3.7.
so Mr. Lara, you're saying on that one, you're okay, you would like to, is that where you wanted to put in the language about the 30-foot backyard?
That would be where we put the 30-foot backyard. That way there is some flexibility built into that. They may be able to get by with plotting, I don't know, a 2-story and still get a 30-foot without having to have a full 90-foot pad, which could eliminate some retaining walls, I hope. So that would be.
I'm good with that.
Okay. What? That's not gonna work? Okay, then we'll leave it at, just leave D as is.
Leave
Leave
D
D
as
alone.
is then?
Just leave
Okay.
D as it
Okay.
exists.
Okay, so we're going to leave D as it is. Do we need a motion on that? Or are we going to approve that on the, when you bring it back?
So, yeah, November 1st would be the soonest that we could bring it back. So what I would recommend, since this item was a public hearing, is that we continue to date specific. The public hearing is closed, but if we continue to date specific, then we don't have to go back and renotice everything, paper and mailing again, unless council wants us to do so.
But if we're leaving D alone, what was and what was the one that we're then changing? Sorry,
We have comments on all of these, so 3.16 was another one that references the usable pad depth at 90 feet, and are we wanting to leave that one as well?
Yeah, because that's consistent with the other one, right? That's with 3.4.
Correct, and then we will have to revise the condition that speaks to bringing back the minor plot plan for plotting to also include bringing the park back at that time.
And grading.
And the grading, if there's any changes to grading, that would have to come back. And which one am I missing one, Carol? What else do we have there?
Would it be 3.7 on the, bringing those back concurrently, the park and the architectural?
Yes, yep. And then 5.13 with the rephrasing the focus from being single-family to the maximum number of 2-stories. So what we'll do is we'll go back and prepare the conditions based on the comments that we've heard this evening from council, and then have the recommended actions for you again to act at that time.
Okay, so is the motion to continue or to bring back?
The motion would be continue this item until the November 1st, 2022 council meeting.
Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second.
And can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to the action items. Number 16, presentation of Tesla Commercial Energy Battery Energy Storage System for emergency backup and peak shaving. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In the interest of time, I'll keep this short, but my brevity doesn't reflect our level of excitement and pride of this project. So the receive and file item before you is to recognize the installation of a battery energy storage system at our Lower Oak Valley lift station. This Tesla Power Pack system is valued at over $500,000 and is estimated to save the ratepayers over $300,000 in energy costs over its 20-year lifetime. This was all achieved at no cost through grant funding and a partnership working with Tesla to achieve that. This smart energy system will not only step in and power up in the event of a PSPS, the public power safety shutoffs that we're exposed to, but also is a smart system that will monitor energy use and charge during off-rate hours and supplement power during peak power rates. So we're really excited to get this installed at the first location. We hope to get it installed at several others. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, great idea, and I think we're really, really fortunate for this. My only concern is on security of the equipment. Is that something you've taken into consideration, or are we comfortable with the location, that they're well secured?
This site is secured all the way around. It also houses the cell phone station and everything over there off of Palmer. Yeah, it's a secure site.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Finn, you good? Okay. At this point, I will move to receive and file this report.
Thank you very much.
Unless we don't
Second,
need to
I'm
do
sorry.
motion. What's that?
I didn't hear a second, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 17, Community Facility Districts Program Update regarding the defeasance of the 1994 Local Agency Revenue Bonds, Series A and Series B. And we have Elizabeth Gibbs on this one.
I'm actually going to turn it over to Jennifer, and Webb is here, so they'll be giving a
Okay,
presentation as well.
great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is for defeasance, the 1994 Local Agency Revenue Bonds, Series A and B. These bonds were set to mature September 1st of 2023. When looking at the fiscal year 22-23 levy, we reviewed funds available to defease these bonds. It was determined that we could do that without putting the levy on for the 22-23 tax roll. And so these bonds have been received, which results in significant savings. And we have Heidi Sheppy and Brent Howard here with Webb Municipal Finance, and they have a quick presentation on the savings that were provided from defeasing these bonds.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Oh, phew. Said sign in. I was hoping I didn't need some special password or something. Okay. So, our presentation for this evening. So we wanted to come to you this evening and provide a quick update of some additional savings that occurred for this year's tax roll. So the new item is the defeasance of the 1994 Series A bonds. Following our approval of the enrollment, we finalized our funds analysis and determined that with only 1 year remaining, that the funds available for the 1994 Series A bonds were sufficient to call the bonds early. So the bonds were called on September 1st of 2022 for a call date of the bonds on September 1st of 2023, providing interest savings. So we called the bonds, so we didn't have to pay the interest on March and September of 2023. With the interest savings of $56,950. We also, using those funds available, did not have to enroll the special tax for improvement areas 1, 2, 4, and 5 for fiscal year 22-23, providing savings to those property owners in an aggregate amount of $863,781. affecting 1,066 parcels. So essentially, you have 4 improvement areas that no longer need to have a special tax enrollment for the facilities. These 4 improvement areas also did not have a services component within CFD 93-1. Improvement Area 5 does have an overlay of CFD 2018-1, the Olivewood CFD, so they will still continue to pay services through that CFD, but they no longer have a facilities component that will be enrolled. And that's in addition to the services levy reduction or lack of increase that provided savings this year as well. So these numbers are coincidental, the 93% and the 7%. It doesn't make up one whole pie. You have a couple of improvement areas that actually don't have a services component still. There's 3 of them outstanding. And then, as I mentioned, improvement area 5 does have a services, so there's kind of some overlap. But 93% of your parcels this year saw the savings from the lack of increase due to funds sufficient for services. And then with this defeasance of your 1994 Series A, you had 7% of your parcels with the savings of no longer having a requirement of a facilities tax. So we're adding 2 pies to your overall savings chart for the city of Beaumont. You have your pay-go reduction in aggregates, refinancings, your savings from the services, defeasance, and then you have your note change. So that was just a quick overview. Is there any questions related to it? Happy to answer anything.
I think we're good.
Awesome. Okay.
All right, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Ashley, do we have anyone on the line?
No, there are no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. We love good news.
Yep.
I'll move to receive and file this report.
A second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Thank you. All right, item 18, retail market analysis update. And that is by, I'm guessing, Kyle?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a quick update on the retail market analysis that was done. In 2019, the City of Beaumont approved its Economic Development Strategic Plan, which provided a blueprint for attracting targeted new development, business investment to create jobs and to contribute to the city's long-term fiscal health. In December of 2020, Council approved a contract with the Retail Coach to perform a retail market analysis and also to assist staff in recruiting of retailers. In May of 2021, that work was completed and presented to City Council, so we got our demographics for the City of Beaumont, as well as our primary retail trade area. We also received psychographics, retail area market demand, outlook, and so forth. And earlier this year, the Retail Coach updated that data. So part of their contract was not to just do it one time, but to update that data and those demographics annually. So you can see those updated demos in your staff report tonight as attachment A. We're not going to go through those, but I did want to bring up Austin Farmer from the Retail Coach to provide an update on that secondary component of their contract, which is to assist city staff with recruiting national and regional retailers, developer recruitment, franchisee recruitment, to assist us in attending national and regional conferences and other events to further those efforts. And then another thing that we've started to discuss and we're hoping to deploy in the near future is retail and restaurant attraction, primarily focused on the downtown area of the city of Beaumont. So with that, I'll go ahead and kick it over to Austin and let him run through his quick presentation for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here in person this time. I am going to go through a quick presentation and just share The work that we have done as a part of our process, we have an 8-step process. A lot of what Kyle mentioned is the front end of that process, the data, the market analysis. The tail end of that, and a lot of that happens behind the scenes, is the actual recruitment of retailers and developers. And so I wanted to give you some specifics on what we've been up to on the recruitment side and share some details of what we're really focused on. And I'm going to try to go full screen here if I can. There we go. That's better. So I mentioned our process. We have an 8-step process we call the Retail 360 process. And the first few steps of that is really that market analysis coming in. And if you'll remember, we looked at the community's retail trade area, more so than just the city population. We looked at where people were coming from and really ultimately where people are leaving the market when they go to other retailers, shopping centers, grocery stores, restaurants, and put together all of that data that we use to actively go out and recruit those retailers. We also looked at retail opportunities. So what sites are available in the community where we see highest and best use, where we think there's potential for new retailers and new retail development, and then ultimately put together a retailer match list for the city that had a list of over 45 different retailers, restaurants, developers, and we've actively been recruiting those. The chart you see in front of you is what we've completed to date and then what is still ongoing as part of our process. And so just wanted a checkpoint. We're a quarter away from being 2 years through our process. We engaged with the city for 3 years, so we're almost 2/3 of the way there, and just wanted to share what we've done to date, what we've heard back from some of those retailers, and just some milestones that we're seeing and some things to anticipate along the way. So we really have 4 key areas of focus as a part of our recruitment process. The first one is national and regional retailers. So very highly targeted based on our market analysis, but going out and talking to national and regional retail chains. So really going out and saying, okay, who fits the community, not just from a data perspective and who grades out well, but also what the city wants to see, what your vision is, your economic development plan is. And so we've been going out and really focusing on national and regional large chain retailers that we think have potential along I-10 and in some of the highly trafficked areas, some of your retail developments, certainly some of the land that could be developed along I-10, and we've been actively recruiting them. What that looks like from our perspective is we essentially act as an extension of the economic development team. So we have a 3-person team in our office that goes out and recruits those retailers. It's myself and 2 recruitment coordinators where we're actually calling those real estate teams and their brokers. We're setting up meetings with them. I was actually in San Diego last week meeting with retail developers, brokers, actual brands, showing them sites, looking at Google Maps and talking about the market. So we're actively doing that as an extension of your team. Kyle mentioned the downtown focus. Downtown is a unique opportunity. A lot of national retailers don't go into Main Street or downtown anymore. And so we've actively gone out and put together a list of potential regional, independent, and mom and pop businesses that have at least 1 location and up to 5 to 10 different locations that are active in similar downtowns, not only just across the region, but across the state. So we're kind of approaching that with a different lens. We know that most of those national retailers want to be on those main thoroughfares. So we're helping Kyle and their team put together a list of who's actually plausible in the sense of going out and getting downtown merchants and really focusing on, okay, how can we build this out the way that it could work with Main Street and those large-scale retail developments, really creating some synergies. And so to date, we've looked at a list of over 30 of those potential tenants. And that includes everything from retailers, restaurants, boutiques, breweries, wineries, tap rooms, really a wide gamut of concepts that we think could fit from a downtown perspective. That third bucket there is developer recruitment. So one of the challenges that we often have is we kind of get into a chicken and egg scenario. We'll have retailers that'll say, hey, we really like this market. We'd like to be here, but they don't want to go build it themselves. They need to get a lease from a developer who can put up a vanilla box or do a build to suit site for them. So we've actively been recruiting developers that we think can come in and actually develop what we think the highest best use is from a retail perspective. And so we've targeted developers that we know are active in the region. We started really kind of with a local sphere and said, who's developed regionally along I-10 and done it well? Or who's developed in neighboring communities or regional communities in some of their high traffic corridors, whether it be on I-10 or in more residential areas. Started there and kind of expanded our sphere out to a state level to say, okay, who's doing this well? And so we've been actively recruiting those developers as well so that they could come in, commit to a site, and then ultimately bring those retailers in tow. And then that last bucket there is franchisee recruitment. One of the challenges we have is we'll often get a green light on the market from a corporate brand, so a franchise-driven brand. And they'll say, hey, we love the market, we want to be there, but we don't have an active franchisee. And so we're focused on really two avenues there, working with their corporate franchising team to say, hey, push these sites out and see if anybody that's already a franchisee wants to pick up this territory. And then we're actually going out to existing franchisees and approaching them directly, saying, hey, we think this would be a great market for you to expand into. You know, we know you're just down the road. We know that you're in Riverside County. We'd like for you to pick up this property. Is this something that you'd be interested in, kind of expanding your franchise rights? And that's really our core umbrella and our core focus. Those are the four avenues where we really see movement. When we go out and recruit and put sites and communities in front of each of those different buckets, that's where we have some success. I wanted to give you some statistics just on progress to date. So it's hard for us to really give specifics. A lot of retailers and developers are very, very weary of having public information out there. It creates some competitive disadvantages for them. So I wanted to share just some numbers with you, and then we can talk specifics if there's any questions. But in terms of national and regional retailers, our active pipeline right now, we're actively recruiting over 65 retail prospects. 15 of those are actively looking for sites in the community. So they have some level of interest in Beaumont, and they're looking for sites that could work, whether that be a second generation space that they could get into with a triple net lease, or something that they could come in through a developer, or in some cases actually purchase and develop their own store. We've had 5 site visits to the community to date. So site visit is when a retailer is interested in the community and actually sends their team to come and look at sites. So we've had 5 different retailers and restaurants come out to the market, actively look and really get to a ground level, basically to say, okay, we're interested, we want to see it. We have 2 prospects that have told us that they're nearing a letter of intent. So potentially submitting an LOI in the next few months, I think probably by the end of the year. So that's great for us. That's what we like to see. We always say it's not done until you get a signed contract, especially in the retail and development world, but an LOI is the first step there. So typically about 80 or 90% of the time, if we can get an LOI from a retailer or developer, then we have a lot of success at having them actually get to the market. And then that last one is we have 2 prospects that want to be in Beaumont, but they need a franchisee. So kind of going back to the franchisee recruitment, we've gotten greenlit by 2 different brands, but we have to help them either find a franchisee or, help them connect with one of their existing franchisees. On the downtown side, we've compiled a list of over 35 retail and restaurant prospects for downtown. And then we're working with Kyle and his team to approach them and start doing some active recruitment there to see if we can convince them to expand into the market, whether that's to duplicate a concept that they already have or to come into the market with something new. In some cases, that's a restaurateur that wants to come in and try a new concept, or it could be a brewery that wants to open a tap room and test out the market, or even just a boutique or an independent clothing shop that wants to try a new market. So we're working through that list now and putting together a strategy to go get in front of those prospects. On the developer side, we're recruiting 15 retail and mixed-use developers. Again, we started regionally there. There are a lot of successful development firms in Southern California that have done great things really in this region along I-10. There's also a lot of other developers that have done some things in adjacent counties. And so we started there, and we've also expanded out to a state and national level as well. So we're going after the developers that we've seen really do great work and put together good developments. And then of those, we have 3 developer prospects that are actively looking at parcels along I-10 for future development. So they're actively reviewing those right now. And then on the franchisee side, we have 4 franchisees that are looking at sites right now. And so those are independent, existing franchisees that have a concept in another market that are looking at sites to see if they could potentially work. And then we're working with 3 corporate franchising teams to actively identify franchisees that are already within their network and trying to really attack their avenue as well as going out to those franchisees directly. So I wanted to share a little bit of the feedback that we've gotten as we've approached these retailers and restaurants and really brokers. We've gotten 2 really big pieces of feedback. The first one that I think is probably the biggest factor that's kept some of the retailers out of the market is that you just don't have a lot of second generation space. The space you have is mostly filled, which is a really good sign. It means you have a healthy retail market. It means that when space is available, it's getting filled. A few of the mid-sized stores and big box stores that we've talked to would like to be in the market, but they just can't find that space. So that's why we're going out and trying to get developers to come in, develop land, give them a vanilla shell they can come into. That's kind of the missing piece on that big box kind of major retail side. So that's our core focus there is saying, okay, how do we go to a developer, share the interest we've had from these retailers, and then pair them up so we can get the developer to the table who knows his pro forma can work because he knows that if he goes and builds this, he's going to have a retail tenant that's going to take that space. The second piece there is accessibility from I-10. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. The accessibility is tough. It's hard. You've got really kind of 2 major interchanges that are easy for retail and really kind of on and off. The others are tough. That's what we've heard the most from retailers that are looking at some of the parcels along I-10, particularly north and south. You've got the parcel there just west of Walmart and Home Depot, which is a great parcel, great visibility, but it's really hard to get to. And so there's a couple of recommendations that we've made to Kyle and the economic development team. One of those is really expanding Second Street. That I think will help as long as it builds towards that development and it helps create some flow through there. I think you guys are in the process of looking at planning or designing how to do that. I think that'll be a huge improvement in terms of getting some real interest on that site. We have a couple of developers that have seriously looked at it, but that's been one of their hangups on those properties is, we've just got to make sure that traffic flow can get in and out of there. We do have some proof points, and actually was telling Kyle this today. On my way in, I stopped at the Chevron there where you have to kind of hook around and go back to it. And even with some of the accessibility challenges, it was packed. I stood in line just to get a pack of gum, probably 4 or 5 people deep. So I think it works and we can prove that the market has enough demand there as long as we can satisfy the flow of the traffic through there and prove that we're going to get that draw in. The visibility is great. There's just some accessibility points that I think developers will want to see addressed before they come to some of those sites. And then just a quick rundown, part of our recruitment process is setting up meetings for the city with retailers and developers. We went to the ICSC Las Vegas conference. Kyle was out there and got to meet with retailers with us. So we helped set up meetings with over 10 retailers, restaurants, and developers. And then we've had some really good movement from that with 2 large retailers that are pursuing sites in Beaumont. So we feel like we made some really good movement there with some well-known national retail tenants. And then actually last week, we were out in San Diego and had meetings with retailers, developers. We actually sat down with the developer and looked at sites for about an hour. And he was talking about a couple of sites on I-10. They're very interested. We're getting them some additional market analysis and really trying to help kind of move the needle there. But we're representing the city at those regional and national conferences. And the next steps and where we go from here, really through the end of our second year and into that third year, continued recruitment. So we're staying on top of all the retailers that are in our prospect pipeline right now. The way that we do that is we contact them at least once a month. So we'll call them and email them to follow up. And then we have a recruitment dashboard. We have real-time status of what their latest feedback has been, when we last talked to them. And Kyle and the economic development team have access to that. And so he has a link where he can look and see who we've talked to, what their latest feedback is, if they're interested in the market, or if they're pursuing sites, and really just working through that, almost like a sales pipeline, just kind of keep moving them through the funnel. And then the last piece there is just assisting retailers and developers that are close to those LOI submissions. So just making sure that they have what they need, that they've got a pathway to the city if they're looking at, purchasing property, or if they're working with a developer or an existing property owner, just doing what we can to kind of push them across the finish line. So I'd love to answer any questions that you have about our work or our focus, anything that we can provide. I'm happy to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to council questions, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Ashley, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay. Any questions, comments from council? It looks really good. We're excited. Well, at least I'm excited. So, well, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
And is this a receive and file also?
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. On the remaining items, we don't have any other presenters or partners or anyone coming forward on those. So if it's okay with the rest of the council, what I'd like to do is bring back the consent calendar item, because I do know we had a public comment here, and then we'll take a short break after that, and finish up those last items. Is that okay?
That'll be good.
All right. So we'll bring up item number 11. Thank you. And do we have a presentation, staff report on that?
If you'd like one. So before you is, again, the adoption of the policy on land use and sensitive receptors. The final, in quotes, policy is attached to the staff report, and this incorporated the comments that staff received over the few meetings that we've had here where there was discussion on this item. So I'm happy to answer any questions, provide any clarification, or make any last edits if that's council's direction.
Okay, thank you. And we do have a public comment on this, Nicole?
Yes, sir. Bill Blankenship?
Hello.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Bill Blankenship. Honorable Council and Mayor and staff, thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. As you know, this has been before the council now a couple of times, and this is the third time coming back on consent. And there was a fair amount of discussion at the last council meeting. And honestly, from our standpoint, I represent NAIOP, the Commercial Industrial Association. We really believe that this was going to be, or the last council meeting was going to be a discussion. Another discussion, and this would ultimately come back. And so I think there was a fair amount of confusion, or at least on my part, and some of us in the industry. So it is back before you. Council adopted it. Like I said, there was a fair amount of discussion, and as part of that discussion, it was stated by staff, at least as I heard it, that the applicants that were currently in the pipeline would be grandfathered and would not be adhering to this new proposal. And we heard from one of our members that that's not the case. They have a very large project. And one of the other things that I heard as kind of part of that discussion, that future projects that would come to the council would be much smaller than the ones that have already been in the pipeline. And certainly the one that we're aware of is a very large project. It does have an application or pre-application status. It's my understanding that there may be a couple of owners over some period of time, and a lot of work has been done on this. And it looks like now that they're going to be adhering to this new plan. And I think that would create a lot of hardships for them. So I think tonight, why I wanted to come here is I wanted some clarification, and I really believe that that applicant, and there may be others in the pipeline that should be grandfathered in, and as was stated at that meeting. So I respectfully request that we get clarification on that, and that we create certainty for the applicants who are in the pipeline at whatever status they're in, that they don't adhere to this. I know you have very strict standards as a city, and we as an industry applaud that, but we want to make sure that, projects that have spent a lot of time, dollars, resources, don't have to rework their projects. So with that said, be more than happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for the opportunity to come before you, and thank you for the opportunity to work with your staff through this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have a caller on the line also.
Okay.
Ashley, do we still have a caller?
Yes, just one moment.
Okay. Caller, can you hear us? Caller, can you hear us? Caller, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Oh, yes, Council. Yes, this is Ron Roy. There's a reason why the Council should consider a one-year moratorium to get this policy right. And moratoriums are being enacted by other cities. You should be denying all projects concurrent with this moratorium. And by the way, the Council works still for the residents, not the developers. You should always remind that. And you can see what will happen if you don't work for the residents. So my recommendations and would allow some more modifications. First, for interior climate control, facilities shall include climate control systems that regulate interior temperatures so that a temperature range between 60 degrees and 80 degrees Fahrenheit can be safely maintained 24 hours, 7 days a week, particularly in areas where workers are located. As for community benefit, at least 50% of the mitigation fees in a project should be apportioned to city services, which I will detail in the attachment that I'll send to the planning director. But parks and recreation, active transportation, microtransit, public sports facilities like our sports parks. Let me move on to the next one. The next recommendation is containment of industrial warehouse logistics uses. None of these land uses shall be allowed in the Cherry Valley area and all land south of 4th Street. You need to go to your general plan to fix that. The other problem has to do with notice of project. Any notifications must be circulated in local newspapers, homepage of the City of Beaumont website, including updates, and mailed to all residents of Beaumont using social media and whatever necessary. So let's kill the crime of the developers, which is the 300-foot rule. That is just an ongoing crime, and that has to end. Also, as far as alternatives to project, this is in regards to CEQA section 15126.6. The developers are notorious and doing very poor job in creating alternatives to the project. So what should happen there, and I'll send this as an attachment, is that they should look at least 3 to 6 alternative sites within a 100-mile radius of the project site in the ports of LA and Long Beach and do a market analysis on each of those. They have to be specific. These alternatives have to be specifically identified by assessor parcel number, and the public needs to know exactly where these alternatives are because they're out there. And I'd like to say more, but I'm sure I've exceeded my time, and I will send that to the planning director, and I hope you will look that over, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. No other comments?
Ashley, no other callers?
No other callers.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Mayor? Yes.
Steve Millman here. Am I allowed to make a public comment at this point?
You're making a public comment in your individual capacity, not as a public official, correct?
Correct.
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm very pleased with this policy. And this policy has been developed because of the recognition that there are negative health, safety, and economic hardships that will fall on people living near these warehouses. So number one, I do not think that any warehouse should be grandfathered in because they're going to cause these problems. Secondly, the only problem I have with the policy is the item that exempts warehouses from the 1,000-foot limit if they construct a berm or something like that. A berm may alleviate a site issue, but it certainly will not alleviate air pollution. And it certainly will not alleviate the fact that a home in nearby this warehouse will lose significantly the property value. And that's a fact that's been discussed and maintained over and over by real estate people. And that's all. Other than that, I'm very happy with the policy and I hope you will pass it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just for clarification, we did pass this. My concern at the time was that, there was a lot of discussion going back and forth, and we really didn't actually see what we had passed until tonight. So I personally asked for this to be brought back to council because, number one, I wanted to see what we approved. And we've had a lot of healthy discussion regarding the specific issues in here. And not all of us have gotten the way that we wanted it to go, but I think as a group, we put together a pretty good proposal here, a pretty good policy. I do have a concern, and that is that I've also been approached by individual who was confused by all of our conversations because there was a discussion as to, I think some of the questions I asked were there any projects that are in the pipeline that would not, that this would apply to? And then I think another question I asked was, so then I wanted a confirmation that this would apply to, I think we asked you about other projects that you think it might apply to, and your response, I believe at the time, was that there were no other projects that we were aware of that were coming down as of yet, that were at a point where they would be not grandfathered into this. So after getting that phone call and then looking into this guideline that I asked you to send me, the one piece that I think we need to address and strengthen a little bit is the applicability. The policy guidelines apply to new projects submitted after the policy approval date and will be implemented during the development review process. I did have a couple conversations with Mr. Lara regarding this, and my concern was that we need to understand what it means by new projects submitted. In other words, again, this is not what I do for a living, it's what you guys do for a living. But I'm aware now, I got a good education from Mr. Lara of the pre-application, the application, all of those processes. So I think I'd like to hear from staff on some ideas on how to sort of square what we talked about and the issues that we voted on with our applicability paragraph, which is at the bottom of the first page.
Yes.
I'm not at all interested in rehashing any of the issues because I think we did a good job on that. So if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. So the city has the formal application process. So typically that would involve a plot plan, a conditional use permit, a tract map, CEQA, so you'd have an environmental application along with any one or combination of those formal entitlement applications. Staff also has available to an applicant, if they so choose, or potential applicant, if they so choose to participate, a pre-application process. And I think this is where the confusion may lie. So the pre-application process is not mandatory, and there are no approvals that can be granted through the pre-application process. And I think that's a distinguishing, I think, character or mark between what would be considered a real entitlement application versus a pre-application. The purpose of the pre-application is to allow the applicant some time with staff and staff some time with the project to take a look from somewhat of a higher level at what's being proposed and provide some feedback. If an application is to come in, here's what it's going to look like. Here are the steps that you would go through. Here are the hurdles that you could potentially face. Here are some CEQA considerations. Are we looking at an EIR? Are we looking at a different type of CEQA? Those are the things that are looked at and commented on and addressed through the pre-application process. So it's intended to give the applicant an idea of what they would be looking at if they choose to pursue a project with the city and then file a formal entitlement application.
Okay, so in the pre-app process, is there often significant investments made by the applicant?
So I can't speak to that because we don't have any certain level of requirement for a site plan. What we tell the applicant is the better information you give us, the better feedback we can give you. So we've seen things very preliminarily sketched out. I wouldn't say done by a formal architect. And then we've seen other projects come in where there is, some investment. You can tell the plans were done by an architect or an engineer and information was provided at that level. So really it's up to the applicant for the pre-application process, how much information they want to provide staff, and that really dictates our ability to provide the feedback back to them.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Lara.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you used a good term, formal entitlement application. So on a pre-application, you'd indicated that there really isn't minimum submittal requirements. However, on a formal entitlement application, is there a checklist that's looked at before it is submitted?
Mm-hmm.
And those documents are mandatory in order to process an application, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
So in that regard, there would be potentially more investment in a formal application because of the CEQA or the EIR documents.
Yeah.
You actually have to have architectural or engineered plans to submit to be reviewed. There are multiple copies that get distributed, right? So I think, because I understand where the mayor's coming from as far as the applicability, and maybe one of the terms we add is a formal entitlement application, just to help clarify that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so to clarify then, so are we going to be using that date to get the clock started? So if we have a formal, they come in and they say, here we go, that's the date that we use to consider whether this is going to be grandfathered for those that are current or not. Is that what we're deciding? In other words, if there's developed right now that have this formal turned in, then are they exempt from this? That's what I'm assuming, because I think that was our intention.
Right.
And once this is enacted, then if you give us that formal, then you're kicking in with the policy.
That's my understanding, and you just triggered another thought that I had is, on a formal entitlement application, the planning department has a clock that starts ticking in which they have to complete the review and get back to the applicant. So that's kind of consistent too with okay, the clock is ticking. This is now a formal application that was submitted before we approved the plus. So therefore, it would be exempt, at least the way that I understand it.
And to start the formal applicant, you have to have all your ducks in order and turned it in? Or can you do piece by piece, or how does it work?
No, so typically for a project that that this policy would or wouldn't apply to, we would see a plot plan application and an environmental review application. And with the plot plan application goes a whole slew of other documents. So you're talking site plans, preliminary grading, WQMP, title reports, grant deeds, all kinds of information that's on a checklist that's required to be submitted, along with payment of fees to start the work. Staff then has basically a 30-day shot clock to review and deem a project complete or incomplete. And if it's deemed incomplete, we also at that time have to provide the applicant the information on what additionally needs to be provided. Now, I would say even if an application is submitted and enough information is brought in where we can accept the application, accept the payment of fees, and start the review, it would then fall under this as it was submitted to the city, and this would not apply. In a pre-application situation, we don't require all of these things, and so the intent was not to say if a pre-app had been submitted, then the project is exempt, because a pre-app does not function like a regular application or entitlement process, and there's no clock. We can give comments back on a pre-app, and that's it. It's sort of a one and done. It's a nominal fee essentially compared to what an applicant pays to really start a project review. And so it really does fall under, I think, what would be a separate category that would be more of a review, just like the application title suggests, as opposed to a formal process that would be engaged in with other applications.
And I would agree, and now we would be able to use the plus policy in your pre-application discussions, knowing that this is what we're asking for and so forth.
Sure.
Okay.
Any other comments, Mr. Finn? No?
Well,
No, sir, I'm good.
Okay,
well, I do have one more.
sure.
Because we're talking about number of applicants. So how many then would you say fit that, they're in that formal, what would we call it, the formal entitlement process, and it would be exempt from the policy?
We have quite a few of our large-scale projects that are already filed with formal applications that are in some sort of entitlement process. How many pre-apps do you think we have that we've looked at that are not formally submitted? Two or three? Yeah. So we have 2 or 3 that have been through the pre-application process that have not formally filed, and then would theoretically be subject to consideration or review with the plus along with their project if and when they file tomorrow or any time after that.
But we could, as a city, ask for their voluntarily compliance with the policy. That
For
would-
existing projects?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're not talking about the numbers to have them redraw things, but
Sure.
we can always request them to do things voluntarily out there.
Sure.
To help for the environment and for our community. Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I did want to bring this up because the concern that was raised with this issue was that this individual had participated in discussions with the ad hoc committee and was under the understanding that, something would eventually come down, and that he was under the assumption that his project was in the pre-app phase and it would not be considered for this. And then I do think we sent a mixed message in our discussion as to how many projects. I guess if I'd known better, I would have said how many projects are in the pre-app phase, if they are not considered in the pipeline when they're only in the pre-app phase. So at this point, do you feel that we need clarification to add the formal entitlement? If so, would you make a motion, please?
Sure. Do you think formal entitlement, it covers the so you could say policy guidelines apply to formal entitlement applications submitted after the policy approval? Does that work? Because otherwise you'd have to say for plot plans, CUPs, or you'd end up with the list.
I'm-
and then if-
Not, yeah, exactly. We can do formal entitlement applications, not including pre-applications,
You put
or
that in parentheses, yeah.
if we need to list them all out, I mean, I'm happy to do that as well. If it would help council have a better degree of comfort, or potential applicants having a better degree of comfort, that's fine as well.
How do you feel?
Well, I would personally defer to you guys on that.
Okay.
I just don't want to send a mixed message again, and this talks about the approval date as when that's implemented, I believe. So the policy approval date is not today, correct? Because we're confirming adoption of the policy, we're not,
No, we've already adopted it.
that's my understanding,
September 6th.
yeah.
So,
So do we have any that have come in and filled out a formal entitlement since October?
No, we haven't had any come in since this was last considered, no.
Okay.
so would the motion be to modify the language and applicability to the policy guidelines apply to formal entitlement applications, not including pre-applications submitted after, is it pre-application, right? Submitted after the policy approval, which occurred on September, whatever it is, 2022? Did you want it, would we put a date in there so that it's? a
The approval
certain?
date, I think, was September 6th, as you said?
Yeah, September 6th.
September 6th, 2022.
Yeah.
And will be implemented during the development review process. Does that work?
That works for me, if it works for you guys.
That's a
That work for you?
motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
And roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes.
And do you want to see this again, or do you want me to just change the language and update it?
No, I think changing the language is, I think we can confirm the adoption on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break, all right? What's that? Okay, we'll make it a 5-minute break. Is that better? Thank you. Call the meeting back to order, and we are on item number 19. Authorize changes to position allocation. Does you guys have done your homework? Do you have any questions or concerns on this item? Or want to hear more information, or do you understand it? You okay, David, if we just move this item?
Yeah, you have to update me. I only got audio like 20 seconds ago.
Oh, okay. So item number 19 is to authorize changes to position allocation. It seems fairly straightforward to me. The staff report was pretty good, and I'm just wondering if you needed more information, or are you ready for the recommended action?
I do not. I'm ready.
Okay, so with that, I will move to approve the elimination of one customer service. Do we have any public comments on this? It says it right there.
Ashley, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
I have no written comments.
Okay, so I will move to approve the elimination of one customer service coordinator position, position number CSC PW01. Approve the additional engineering development technician position number EDT02.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 20, authorize the purchase of a Motorola equipment and system integration services for dispatch console migration. And since Carrie didn't get to do the last one, I'm sure she wants to do this one.
So on this one, Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself because it may impact Erica, the Eastern Riverside Interoperable Communications Authority, and my firm represents them.
Okay. And we'll go ahead with the staff report.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have the next phase, as I'll call it, of the Erica transition to the county PSEC Public Safety Radio communication system. You guys have authorized the purchase of the subscriber units, which included your mobiles and your portables. We entered into that lease agreement. We've been working with Motorola and the county to figure out how we intertie the systems from a dispatch perspective. Those were costs we did not know until recently. They came back with an agreement that has two parts to it, and I tried to separate them out and make them as clear as possible. So the first is your networking equipment and dispatch computers that are necessary to integrate to get us to that next level to talk to PSEC, if you will, and that's $149,000, $447. And then the second piece of the puzzle is a 6-year agreement, and you may ask me why 6 years? Well, that's what the county is existing, that's the length of their current, I guess they'd be on a 7-year. By the time we join would be a 6-year, so that we're on the same cycle, so that we ensure that we work in perpetuity. We get our upgrades at the same time, software, hardware, et cetera, et cetera. So that would put us on the same schedule as the county. So that's a 6-year agreement for $149,300. Page 753 of the big long agreement really breaks it out pretty easily. That just talks about your technical support agreement and your software support agreement and then your system integration. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments for this item. Ashley, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Lara, I see your light is on.
Just one quick question. We've included IT as it moved along, because I know we're adding, I think, routers and switches, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And
Thank
this
you.
is a network that because we have the support contract, IT will just get called in, hey, we're down. They make a call to Motorola, the radio experts will show up and actually work on the equipment. They actually don't maintain this equipment today.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other comments,
If
take
there
a
are no other
motion.
comments, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion to authorize the mayor to execute the communication system and services agreement and the Motorola software licensing agreement in the amount of $149,477 for system integration services and $149,300 for technical support and software upgrades.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Mr. Finn, when you want to speak, just take yourself off mute, and that's what I'll look for, okay?
Okay.
All right. So we will go to, we can bring Mr. Pinckney back in and go to item 21. First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Mark Thomas for Engineering Services and Grant Assistance. And that'll be by Mr. Hart, the star of the State of the City.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So yes, the item before you is an amendment to a contract with Mark Thomas. Back last year, Council approved an agreement with Mark Thomas for engineering services related to the Potrero interchange. The agreement was created in order to perform an analysis that could alleviate or assess the ability to alleviate the direct on-ramps in both the east and westbound direction. This was done intended to reduce significant costs we were seeing and at a minimal offset because it would still be a fully functioning interchange. That revision and analysis is pending Caltrans final approval, and once that is obtained, staff intends to bring forth a future amendment to council to authorize Mark Thomas in order to revise the final plans and specs to be able to proceed with the elimination of those ramps. In September of this year, the Southern California Association of Governments, also known as SCAG, released a call for projects to be potentially funded by the Road Repair and Accountability Act, better known as SB1, via the Trades Corridor Enhancement Program, which is a TCEP grant. Given the complexity, timeliness, and resources needed to prepare a quality grant application, staff's recommending the council authorize a contract amendment with Mark Thomas to assist the city in preparing the application, which is due on November 18th of this year. Mark Thomas possesses the familiarity, experience, and resources and availability to complete the application within the short time frame. The current funded amount for the Phase 2 Potrero interchange is $6.5 million, which is well short of the anticipated cost to be able to deliver the project. It's projected that $353 million will be available for regional corridor targets in the Los Angeles Inland Empire region, of which this project lies. The Pass Zone Transportation Improvement Program, the TIP, which was approved July of last year, allocated $6.5 million, as previously mentioned, to this project, of which we were able to allocate $250,000 for plan specifications engineering. This would be utilized to cover the cost of this contract amendment. As far as the project timing on this, it's like I stated, it's a relatively short window. There is a project summary, a draft fact sheet that was actually due on September 30th. That has been submitted. By November 4th, we have to upload and complete what is called a near final application. It's essentially a final draft, and then everything has to be uploaded by November 18th. It's anticipated that the awards would be announced in June of next year. And with that, staff is recommending that council approve the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Mark Thomas in an amount not to exceed $45,000. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
And do we have any public comments on this one?
I have no written comments. Ashley, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
Okay, thank you. Doug and Christina, you guys were stars too. Just want to let you know. Okay. So I know, otherwise I would have mentioned you. So I have a couple of questions. First of all, I'm not sure I understand why we're eliminating the on and off eastbound ramps. So I guess a quick review of what Phase 2 is, and then how's that going to change with the analysis that we have here to eliminate those east and westbound on-ramps?
Nicole, do you,
Perfect, thank you.
yeah, we have so So we're not eliminating any of the functionality. It was originally what's called a partial diamond, partial cloverleaf interchange, so it was a 6-ramp interchange. So effectively, you had 2 on-ramps for each direction. So you would have had, if you were, let's say you wanted to go south on Potrero and eastbound on the 60, you'd go south and utilize the hook ramp. If you were going northbound on Potrero, you would utilize a direct on-ramp that would have been on the east side of the road. What we've been able to do is assess what Caltrans is looking for is when does this fail, right? So they typically look for a 20-year horizon life. And so the original idea was to look at this and say, can we defer the construction of these on-ramps to a later date because the cost had escalated so high? And if so, what provisions would we need to do that? We were informed that if we could show that it would be 13+ years before it would fail, that we could defer those to a later date. When we started revising the analysis based on some of the land use changes out there and things that happened, it became apparent that it does not even fail in a 20-year period. And so we proceeded with removing it from the project effectively. So on the graphic you see on your screen right now, the ramps that are shown in orange are ones that are being proposed to be eliminated. So what that does, instead of having direct access for, like I said, the northbound to eastbound 60 or southbound to eastbound, we would signalize the intersections of the hook ramp. So it would be a more traditional movement to enter the freeway. You would make a left turn to enter that hook ramp versus just being able to make a direct right. Given the ample width of the roadway for Potrero, the available stack distances for the turn lanes, it showed that it functions completely fine and does not fail within the 20-year period.
And how much did that cut off the cost of, any idea?
Yeah, so I mean, we've reached out to some contractors. We reached out to Ortiz originally, who was the one that did phase 1 construction of the ramp. And so without specific drawings to be able to take an estimate off is I think estimates are 15 million plus or minus.
15?
15, yeah.
Okay.
And that is at the time. Now, clearly we're seeing, rising and
Right.
escalating prices as well, but that was about the assumption, which was a very high cost for an interchange with no structures.
And the past Zone 5 area transportation improvement program, when I hear TIP, I think something else, the transit, right? Yeah, okay, so is this it's a different agency, it's not the transit part of it?
These are TUMP monies, WRCOG
Okay.
TUMP monies, zone
And
money.
is the 6.5 million a use it or lose it at a certain period of time?
No, I mean, I think the thought is that, there's only so much money in the zone, and clearly we're not the only agency, so it's kind of based off need. So they're somewhat flexible about being able to move somewhat back between years, but I think if you show no progress after several years, there may be, not that you lose it, but maybe a reallocation, and then you come back and nominate this for funds when you're closer to construction, or closer to being ready for construction.
And then my last question, you mentioned the 6.5 million, which is well short of the anticipated funding needed. Assuming that we were eliminating those 2 on-ramps, any idea, and I won't hold it to you for at least very long, what we're looking at a total cost?
We just higher level estimates right now, and it hasn't been costed. We have not costed this in probably 9 months, maybe more, and there's been significant changes even in those 9 months. I would think an estimate probably would be fair of 30 million plus or minus.
Okay.
Maybe a little more.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, I'll move to approve the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Mark Thomas in an amount not to exceed $45,000 for additional engineering services and grant assistance.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item number 22, award a sorry, I'm having problems with my tablet. I guess I'm a dinosaur, huh?
What? See? You know what? Yeah, paper doesn't, there's nothing wrong with paper.
Would you like to borrow my paper copy,
No,
Mayor?
I'm good.
Award a contract to TR Holloman and Associates to provide recycled water implementation services. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item before you tonight is to award a contract to TR Holloman and Associates. And this is a culmination of several discussions. So previously, Mayor White and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez were appointed to represent the city on a 2x2 with two different agencies, the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District as well as the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency. During the course of those discussions with the two agencies, it was determined that the best course of action for the community and the ratepayers was to hire a facilitator jointly between amongst the three agencies and have that facilitator review infrastructure, documents, studies, look at the possibility of recycled water and what to do with it and really what's best for the community. And so the general manager, Dan Jaggers, and general manager Lance Eckert and I got together and we drafted a scope at the direction of the 2x2s. And it went out to bid. We put it on publicpurchase.com. We had approximately 10 consultants that downloaded it. However, we did only receive one response. The three agencies got together and we reviewed the response. We collectively agreed that it was a good response and they were an appropriate consultant and qualified. It was also agreed that the city would take the lead on the contract, and then as progress invoices came in, we would turn around and ultimately bill the other agencies. So it would be a third share in the cost. We did, city staff interviewed Mr. Holloman and found him to be very qualified and ready to engage. We did set a timeline. We asked him if he could complete this as quickly as possible with a deadline by the end of the calendar year. Time is of the essence, and he absolutely agreed with that. And so before you tonight is that contract award. I do want to note that the Finance and Audit Subcommittee that is responsible for reviewing RFPs, we did meet, and Barry was one of the people that we met with, and he agreed. Yeah, he agreed that it was a good bid. So we're asking you to approve that contract tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this?
I do have a written comment.
Okay.
The email handle says Nando Mata as the name. Good evening. Comments are, did we advertise this bid accordingly? Is it hard to believe that only one firm submitted a proposal when Southern California is the leading state in implementing recycled water guidelines? Is the City of Beaumont aware that TR Holloman has already worked with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District on a project titled Recycled Water Implementation Roadmap? This document already has information relating to collaborating with the city to incorporate recycled water needs. Can city staff review and look into this? Is the City of Beaumont aware that in Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District's potable water master plan, BCVWD does not have a concrete plan for future long-term needs according to page 5 through 13? Can city staff investigate this? Why is the approval of potential change orders higher than the cost of the entire project? $149,600 versus $172,000. Was the scope of work advertised in respect to the end goal? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
So before I ask you to address some of those issues, I do want to make sure that everyone understands that this was an agreement by the three agencies that we would look for a consultant that did not have a history of working with one of the three agencies. And so I have a quick question for you. In the 25 plus years you've been in the city, have you ever seen these three agencies come together and work together on a project?
No.
Okay. And so obviously you've never seen them share cost on a project before either.
Not that I'm aware
Okay.
of. It could have happened.
Okay. So yes, if you could address some of the questions that were in the written, I would appreciate. You've already talked to, I think you talked to me and Mr. Martinez as well, because of the concerns we had about many of the concerns that the person raised over there, which was someone who hadn't worked with the three agencies, and also the fact that there was only one bidder.
Correct. And so let me start with the one bid. So as I stated in my staff report, we did publicly notice it on publicpurchase.com, which also publicly notices it on the city's website. We did have approximately 10 firms download. Why they didn't respond, some of them were working for the city already, and others I can't speak to. As to the comment about previously working with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, that was disclosed. Dan Jaggers did disclose that. It was a contract for $15,000. Lance and I collectively did not think that that was enough to eliminate the sole bidder. He was very transparent in the work that Mr. Holloman had done for him. I also want to note that he also worked for the Pass Water Agency back in 2005. He's also done work for the city of Banning. Mr. Holloman is well known in the recycled world. I reached out to the consultant of the city, Todd Groundwater. His name is Mr. John Thornton. I think you'll recall that he's been here before giving presentations. He does recommend Mr. Holloman. The other issue that the person brought up, the original bid cost proposal was $472,000. We negotiated a lower price, and Mr. Holloman agreed to the $149,600. However, because we really are forging a new path in this with the three agencies and the direction of recycled water in the community, although he agreed to the lesser price, I would like council to give me the authority for any change orders up to the cost proposal that Mr. Holloman submitted, and that was the $172,000. There's 22 documents that Mr. Holloman's going to have to read, his firm's going to have to read. The cost proposal includes 320 man-hours of reading, and that's a little bit flexible in our opinion. We really just put every document we could think of into this proposal, and not quite sure, what he's going to actually have to research and whatnot. And so that's really the reason for the change orders, is to give me the flexibility to say, we may need to spend $172,000, we don't want to, and he agreed to the $149,000. So I think I addressed all of the.
And so the change orders will be treated the same way we did the change orders with the wastewater treatment plant, which is you make the change orders that you need to make if you have to make it before we get to another council meeting, but those that we can address, we will.
I can bring them back, certainly.
Okay. And then the commenter brought up the idea, did we understand that the master plan of the water district was in his mind, I guess, not sufficient enough. I think the 2x2x2, we met and we talked and we recognized that we all have different ideas on how to move forward. We all have different interests. We do have a common goal of bringing recycled water to the area. And we felt that we needed a third party to get in and provide us with some ideas, some best practices, some recommendations, and that's what we all agreed to reach out for on this. And Mr. Martinez, did you want to speak to any of that?
No, I just wanted to comment, and no pun intended, but this is a very fluid, that we're in, because really, it's, we're forging something that we really haven't been in this territory before. Mayor mentioned three agencies working together, and, we haven't really done that. So, to have this flexibility in the proposal, I think is what we're going to need to get it for. So I think it's really, I'm really glad Holloman came through, and I support that. And we're all excited, Pass Agency, Water Agency, we're ready to go forward with this. So I just want to, to let the public know we did do our due diligence and we're comfortable. We didn't think that the work that they've done was, going to really be a deal breaker.
No,
We were
it was-
looking
it
more
was
for
minimal.
patterns.
Yeah.
We were looking for, did someone work, for many years under this agency and so forth. So a few jobs here and there, I don't think, especially when you have such a limited specialty like that, so.
And Mr. Jaggers did want to be here tonight. He has an extremely heavy load this week, but he did want to convey to council that normally he would be here to speak on this. He does support it. And in our interview with Mr. Holloman, I just want to make one point. I explained to him that I believe forging this path, he ultimately represents the ratepayers. And he is coming in to represent those ratepayers and bring the three agencies together to say, this is what should be done with the recycled water, and this is the path, and this is the steps that you need to do, infrastructure and whatnot. And he agreed.
Well, and I think that we need to recognize that there's not a whole lot of municipalities in California that have recycled water plants. It's mostly water districts, water agencies, and the bigger cities. So we are in an area where we do need some support and some help. Mr. Finn, I saw your hand was raised.
Yes, yes, thank you. Quick question for staff. When the bid packet is downloaded, is there information collected on that contractor? As in, do we know who they are and so forth?
Yes, we do. So the beauty of publicpurchase.com is we have not only the name of the person that, or the firm that has downloaded it, we also have a timestamp of when and they can just view it without downloading it. There's multiple filters that we could go through and look at. They can ask questions through the software. They can track the bid packet, the bid process. It's a full feature software.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. It makes me feel more comfortable that way versus just, taking a guess at it. So thanks.
Mr. Lara.
Yeah, I just, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank both Mayor Pro Tem Martinez and Mayor White for their work on this committee. When I was first elected, we struggled to get anybody to try to work with us. And I never thought I would see where we have three agencies that are actually interested in working together for the benefit of the ratepayers. So this is, for me, this is a monumental day that we're moving forward on. I just wanted to thank you guys for your efforts on that, and thank the Bowman-Cherry Valley Water District and the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency for their efforts as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes of this. Thank you, Mayor.
And one last question. The other agencies have to approve this or have already approved it or?
They approved it conceptually. I believe the Water District approved it at their board meeting on Thursday, and I don't have the date on the Pass Water Agency, but there's a gentleman, no? So because we are taking the lead, we're going to award the contract so that the consultant doesn't have three bosses.
Okay.
And so we'll take the lead on that. And it's strictly just for payment purposes.
Okay, great. Seeing no other comments, we'll go ahead and I'll entertain a motion.
So Mayor, I'll make the motion to award a contract to TR Holloman and Associates in an amount not to exceed $149,600 to provide recycled water implementation services and authorize the city manager to approve any change orders necessary up to $172,000.
I'll second that. Roll call.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Item 23, discussion on canceling this regular city council meeting scheduled for January 3rd.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Gibbs.
So the first regular meeting in 2023 falls on Tuesday, January 3rd, the day after a federally recognized holiday on January 2nd. It is staff's recommendation that we go dark at that meeting. There will not be too many items. City Hall will actually be closed three of the 5 days the week before because of negotiated holidays with the unions. And during December, we will get most of our work done with appointing, swearing in new council members and saying farewell to other council members. And then December 20th, it's our recommendation that council, the new mayor appoint committees. So most of the work is going to be done in December, and January 3rd, we can go dark.
Okay. Any public comments on this one?
No public comments. Ashley, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
And council discussion? Seeing none? I'll take a motion.
Does that mean I don't get holiday overtime?
Well, she said we're going to be saying goodbye to some council members, plural.
Oh.
So,
You know what? See no further comments, Mayor. I'll be happy to make a motion to.
that was a plural.
I'm good with the.
All right, I'll second his motion.
All right.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor White?
Yes. Legislative updates and discussion.
We have a special guest legislative update for you this evening.
Okay.
So Carol and I and our new assistant planner were at the American Planning Association conference for a couple days. And Carol attended some ledge sessions and got some great information to share with you a little bit tonight. So there she goes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It was a 2-hour session, so I promise I'm just going to touch on some items that may be of interest. They did indicate that the state budget was adopted and had a $97.5 billion surplus, and that they would be allocating $2.5 billion to affordable housing. That includes Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, an infill infrastructure grant program, multi-family housing program, ADU financing, adaptive reuse projects. They would be allocating $53.9 billion to climate change and infrastructure to help reduce drought, extreme heat and water resilience, energy plans to invest in clean energy projects, wildfire protection, transit, freight, active transportation, high-speed rail, and climate adaptation. And then they also did $17 billion for an inflation relief package to refund millions of dollars to Californians through direct payments. One of the notable housing bills is AB 2011, which is WIX, is the Affordable Housing and Roads Jobs Act, which makes affordable housing projects in commercial zones and mixed income zones along commercial corridors. It makes them ministerial and streamlined. They would be exempt from CEQA. And then there are timeframes on when those would need to be approved, just depending on the scope of the project, either within 90 or 100 days, or 180 days. It does also include some labor items that contractors developing 50 or more housing units must participate in an apprenticeship program or request dispatch of apprentices from a state-approved program and maintain healthcare expenditures for construction craft employees. And Senate Bill 897 by Wachowski is an ADU bill that increases the height on ADUs to 18 feet on a lot with an existing or proposed multifamily dwelling. And it does, for attached primary dwelling units, a height of 25 feet in local zoning ordinance that applies to the primary dwelling, whichever is lower. An item that was chaptered in the inclusion and social justice area was SCA 2, which would repeal Article 34, eliminating voting requirements to construct public lower-income rental housing if approved by voters. So on the ballot in 2024, if passed, would allow housing projects that are intended for households at certain income thresholds and that receive government funding or assistance to be developed, constructed, or acquired without a local referendum. Then we have Senate Bill 1425 by Stern that would require every city and county to review and update its open space element by January of 2026 and require the update to include plans and an action program that address access to open space for all residents in a manner that considers social, economic, and racial equality, climate resilience, and other co-benefits of open space, and rewilding opportunities. Rewilding. And those were the items of note. It's interesting. I do have the PowerPoint presentation, so if you're interested in that, I'm happy to share that with you. Or if you'd like more information, happy to do more research on that.
Okay, thank you. Next item, economic development update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just speaking for me personally, I want to know what rewilding is. So I'm going to ask Carol for more information on that one tomorrow. But we do have an EDC meeting next week on Wednesday, October 12th at 4 p.m. Topics will include, excuse me, furthering the discussion on the Downtown Business Incentive Program, really based on the feedback received at the second meeting of the downtown businesses held last month. So we look forward to that, and hopefully you can watch if you'd like to on YouTube. Thank you.
City Treasurer report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you. I want to thank Councilman Member Santos for covering for me because I was away on vacation last month. I'd just like to mention one thing. We are kind of at the end of that long list of subcommittees that we were working on or are pretty well advanced, and we recognize that we need more. So at our last meeting, I don't know if it was mentioned by Mr. Santos, that they said they wanted you to come up with some more things. And I said, well, the last time that didn't work. So we're going to be looking at some recommendations, but I also just challenge you to think of a few things too, so we can come together at that time and come up with some more things. I found that very good in keeping people engaged. When we started that project prior to the pandemic, the committee really was engaged. You know, it really kind of blew up, you know, because of the pandemic and not being able to follow through on things. But I think it was really great and I hope beneficial to the council. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk report.
No report this evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
City Attorney report.
Yes, just briefly, there was a case filed against the city, Cesar Delgado versus the city of Beaumont, and it involved a car accident and a personal injury claim. The claim was not timely filed. We were able to resolve that matter, and so that matter has been taken care of. And then we continue to represent the city in the Illapatafe case. Some other matters, we continue to represent the city's interests in the National Union Fire Insurance Company, or AIG case. We attended a mediation a couple weeks ago in that case. Trial set for November. And so that's, at this time, all I have to report on that. And then last month, we finalized resolution of the 48 personal injury matter. And then we are representing the city in the IS versus City of Beaumont case that we discussed at the last council meeting in closed session. We also have been representing the city in the James Gregg matter that was on the subject of tonight's closed session. And then I think I reported at the last meeting that we recently finalized resolution of the Norton Rose litigation. So that matter is now concluded and the settlement money has been paid. Also assisting the city as needed on labor and employment issues and advising the city on Brown Act, Public Records Act, and conflict of interest questions as requested to do so. and then assisting the city on land use and contractual matters. And that's my report.
City manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind council and the public that Monday is a recognized holiday, and so City Hall will be closed on Monday. I also want to thank staff and Mayor White and the rest of the council members on an excellent state of the city. I particularly want to thank Mercedes. She was steadfast and dedicated a lot of her time to making sure that this state of the city was excellent. The mayor's vision, I think, was refreshing, and I'm looking forward to next year. We did get a sales tax update from HDL today. I will put a full report in the next agenda, but for second quarter 2022 versus second quarter 2021, we are up 295% again. And so I'll give you some more details in the next agenda. And then I wanted to let council know that in November, the executive team will be meeting for 3 sessions for a budgeting webinar through ICMA. And I'm a member of ICMA, and so for one flat rate, we can bring as many people into the webinar as we want. There's a book that we do need to buy, so we'll be spending 3 Thursdays for a couple hours getting ready for the budget process. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Future agenda items. Is there any calls for future agenda items? Seeing none, before we move to council reports, I just want to let council know that we do need to go back into closed session for a quick follow-up on one of the items from before council.
Yes, that's on item number, what's that?
He's rolling his eyes. I said,
Oh, sorry, apologize. That's on item number 2 on the closed session agenda, and it'll be very brief. I promise.
So you're not going to say anything?
let's start council reports with Mr. Lara.
I have nothing except for just remember the Monster Mash is on October 15th. So I would expect each of you to be there and wear a costume.
On which day?
The 15th.
Oh, my daughter invited me to take her to a concert. Sorry.
Oh, fantastic, because it's actually the 16th, so you're free.
I can do the 16th.
I'm kidding, it's the 15th.
I can do the 16th.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Santos.
I'll echo, our city manager, Mr. Gibbon here on the state of the cities. Good job, staff. Mercedes, excellent job. All the, interviews done by our mayor, Jeff, you got excellent job in there. Doug, and, Christina, I would say, did excellent job on that, man. Just like we're on the national TV or something. That was good. I'm so, impressed on that. In addition, I would like to see, I know last year we did the, Christmas, not Christmas, New Year's, pre-rides on the December 31st. If we could continue that, because of the, New Year's Eve, that would be a Saturday. And Mayor, if we could, authorize that, city manager could authorize that on the pre-ride for people, start on 2:00. I think we did that last year on that free ride just to be safe. And then on addition on that, there'll be, I don't know if it will be late already. And I know RTA, I will mention her name, Christina Warswiski, did a good job on the free ride on election day. And if we could, cooperate or coordinate with them, have a free ride on the people who goes who doesn't have a ride, to have a free ride to go to the polling polls on this, and that would be nice. A public service for our citizen to vote. So that'll be good. Our city manager on that, I mean, Mayor, if we could, insert that on our, not agenda, I mean, or immediate, approval, because probably financially, that will be a minimal, cost on that. And that will be a good service again to our citizen. That's all, Mayor. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Finn?
Yes, thank you. On September 15th, I attended the PASS EDA meeting. They had a presentation entitled About Water. It was a general overview from each of the local water districts, from South Mesa, Yucaipa Valley Water District, Beaumont Cherry Valley, City of Banning, and the San Diego Pass Water Agency. The two noteworthy things to pass on, this is probably common knowledge for everybody, but Joe Zoba of Yucaipa Valley pointed out that the Summerwind neighborhood is dual plumbed for recycled water for each of the homes there. And then also Art Vela gave an update on the Banning flume and that it's still not in service. It's been out of service since the Apple fire, which has been now 2 years and it was 2 years ago. And so I think it helps emphasize the need for the recycled water that we're working on. And so forth. So I look forward to having that done. An extra thank you to everybody for the state of the city and to the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce as well. I appreciate all the effort that was put in, and I do like the mayor's vision of the emphasis on staff. That was great. And then I also attended the fire station groundbreaking, and as many of you guys probably know, I got an intimate tour of the hook and ladder engine, and including all the way to the top of the ladder, and enjoyed myself. It was fun. That's my report.
Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended the RCA meeting yesterday. We signed a cooperative agreement with Lake Elsinore for the acquisition of some conservation land, had our typical updates, and we talked about our RCA's stakeholder committee, and we assigned some topics for them. It was our first meeting actual meeting since COVID outbreak, since the closure, so it was kind of nice to see everybody getting back to the county and having our meeting there. I was a grand marshal for the homecoming for the high school. So I was as a teacher, not as a council member, but I thought I'd throw that in. And congrats to Mayor White for his talk show style State of the City. I was disappointed that you didn't have the Jay Leno approach of the opening jokes and monologue, but that's okay. It was great. Thanks to staff. It was really refreshing and a little different approach. So good job, and good job to staff.
Thank you.
And that's all.
So I guess some of us are showing our age because I think tonight's show, I think Johnny Carson.
Well, I had that first, but I crossed it out because of the crowd,
I know. I was envisioning, I don't know if I talked to Mercedes about this. Johnny Carson had the skit where he would take the envelope from.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was going to have Mr. Santos come up and do that, but we couldn't get it done with the time that we were allotted. But it was a great event. And again, I think everything goes, all my thanks go to Mercedes. She started out in January and said, okay, so what do you want to do this year? And we put it all together and it all came together. So I appreciate that. So we learned a little bit about the budget deal at RCTC, 4.2 billion for high-speed rail. Oh, boy. RCTC is going to try and go after some money for the rail line through to Coachella. But also there was something very interesting. They did set aside $352 million for grade separations and crossings. So we want to make sure that we go after that and not just wait for RCTC to come and ask us, in my opinion. But I think that would be, maybe get our congressman to start lobbying for that for us. I know he's made some, not promises, but he has shown an interest in helping us get that done. So I think we should go that direction. After that, I don't think I have anything else. So we'll go ahead and adjourn to the next meeting of Tuesday, October 18th.
We're going to go into closed session on item 2 very, very briefly.
Oh, okay. Well, I meant we were going to adjourn to closed
Oh,
session.
okay. Sorry. I jumped in. Yes, so the council met in closed session on item number 2, and there was no reportable action taken.
Adjournment of the city council meeting at 9:58 PM.